Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are here for this amazing event, so I just want everyone to be in the moment, to be excited, and to really hopefully be inspired and uplifted after today's event. I'm going to thank Vanessa in advance for this. Yes. I know this is going to be a great day, so I'm going to say thank you for a great day already. I also want to just say that it's already been a year. Yes. We were here a year ago, yes, you and I, yes, standing on this stage. Mm-hmm. So either everyone else said no, or we did a great job and they brought us back.
Well, I don't know.
All right. Well, anyway, I'm Carlos Cubia. I'm the Executive Vice President, Chief Inclusion, Equity, Diversity, and Sustainability Officer for Keturah Health. And I'm glad to be one of your co-hosts today. And my amazing, incomparable, exceptional Misty Stanton.
Oh, good trying to do all that. Good morning, and I'm excited to be here as well. I'm Misty Stanton. I'm the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer at Mercantile Bank, and also a proud board member of the Graahi organization.
We're thrilled to have you all join us today for this important event as the theme of our summit, Health Equity in Action. As it suggests, there is no perfect endpoint. Health equity is a constantly shifting landscape, and it requires a collective effort to navigate and to shape this work.
We've brought together people from diverse backgrounds and perspectives to help us define the landscape and chart the path forward together. This summit is about sparking conversation, hearing your voices, and sharing in the common goal of eradicating health disparities.
Yes. So before we dive into today's program, man, we're going to have to start this over. No B-reels. No B-reels.
It's okay. Yeah. I'm trying to read what's here, so yeah, that's okay.
Well, it's already 50 font. If they make it any bigger, it'd be one word per page. So.
What that means is I need glasses.
Oh, good.
Because it's big.
Right, but before we get started, let's talk about a few housekeeping. So please silence your phones. Okay, good. All right, engage actively in discussions. This is an interactive discussions. And while there are a number of experts in the room, your voice matters. So we want to hear from all of you. And just remember that if you need to step out, please do so quietly, but you don't want to miss any of this. So this is a safe space for open and honest conversation.
And like Carlos said, this is our second year here. And though we did some great work and we had so much information that was brought to us, this year we're hoping to hear more voices and be able to help to eradicate the health disparities in our communities.
So together we can achieve more. We're proud to present a dynamic panel of speakers, testimonials, and voices from business, health systems, community members, students, and government officials. Our united mission is essential to driving meaningful change.
As a reminder, there are envelopes on the table for those who wish to support Graahi's mission. We can't do this work without all of us. Though we have a lot of sponsors, we're always looking for donations to be able to continue this great work that is necessary in our communities.
Now, please.
Oh, shoot, sorry.
She did that on purpose. That's all right.
I did.
Please join us in welcoming Vanessa Green, CEO of Graahi, who will share more about the organization's goals and the purpose of today's summit.
Good morning, everybody. So I want to thank Carlos and Misty for agreeing to MC again this year. It was so easy. They did such a great job last year. So when we started planning this year, we just made a call and they said, absolutely. And then before we started thinking about the summit, Carlos called and said, well, this is what we're contributing. And so I just want to thank him and Misty for always supporting Graahi in so many ways. And I have a little something for them, because they're on the road a lot, you know. And I learned a little something about Carlos. So, Carlos, we got you hooked up, brother.
That's you and Nick Courtney.
So, sure. Okay. Glad I didn't lose these because I'd be in trouble. So good morning again, everyone. It is a profound pleasure to see all of your beautiful faces here today. And it is my honor to welcome you to our second annual Health Disparities Transformational Summit. Our theme is Health Equity in Motion, from Policy to Practice, and is Misty and Carlos said, we have a great lineup of dynamic experts who will share their experiences, advocacy efforts, and best practices. And we all know that it takes many hands and minds to put something like this together. So before I give my remarks and call to action, there are a few people I would like to thank, starting with my staff, and they're over in the corner there working, and many of them are still outside working and making sure people find their way here. So for those who are in the room, if you can stand. And I'd like to also thank our board of trustees, and they're in different spaces because we wanted them to be seated with the audience. So could our board members please stand? Thank you. And I'd also like to thank our summit committee. Can you please stand? Vanessa Briggs, Dr. Lisa Lowry, Tanel Hill, Enid Gaddis, Carla Smith, Barb Lash, Ashley Jones, and Tiasha Martin, Nancy Reed, where are you? And Yvette Jenkins. So we all met, we had a convening session back in April in Lansing, where the vision for this summit really emerged. So I just want to thank all of them for meeting in Lansing to just really imagine what this summit would be, and for all the contributions that they have provided along the way. So thank you. Then we have an advisory council and our task forces on infant maternal health, chronic diseases, sickle cell. Could you all please stand? If you're on a task force, there's quite a few, so please stand. And you guys see their names listed, so it's a really extensive group of folks. So thank you. And I'd like to thank our sponsors. And our sponsors, we know that an event like this costs a lot of money. And to run an organization like Graahi, it really takes a lot of funding to do so. So I want to really take a moment to thank our sponsors, because without their continuous support, we would not be able to do this work and be here today. So a real shout out to Corewell Health, who's our title sponsor today. The Lake Michigan Credit Union, W.K. Kellogg Foundation, Genentech, Trinity Health, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Moyer, Grand Valley State University, the Van Andel Family Foundation, Old National Bank, Brunson Hospital, Teva, the Grand Rapids Public Schools, Kent County Health Department, Mercantile, University of Michigan West, the NAACP, and Urban League. So thank you all. Can we give our sponsors a hand? And I'd like to thank all of you, the audience, because your presence matters. And this summit is about you, and it is for you. So thank you all for being here. And with that, now as we gather here today, we stand at a pivotal moment, a moment where we have the opportunity to confront and eliminate health disparities. You guys, the data is stark and it's undeniable. Black Americans face disproportionate rates of chronic illnesses, maternal and infant mortality, and inadequate access to healthcare services. And these disparities are not just statistics, they represent real lives. Families torn apart, futures unrealized, and communities left behind. So as we approach the summit today and this upcoming election, it's crucial to reflect on our core values regarding honesty and integrity, competence, compassion and empathy, and ethical leadership. Because you guys, endangering an immigrant community with false claims, so let me just say blatant lies, that are destroying the country, that they are destroying the country, fosters xenophobia and racial scapegoating, and it reinforces harmful stereotypes that fuel racism and discrimination. These actions lead to severe mental health implications, including chronic stress, anxiety, depression, trauma, increased social hostility, fear of your life and violence, and systemic exclusion from resources and opportunities. So, you guys, this is not just a summit. This is our call to action. Thank you. We have the power to make change, to shift the narrative, and to ensure that every person, regardless of their background and circumstance, has access to the safety and care they deserve. Our values demand that we fight for justice in every sense, social, economic, and health related. It's crucial that we engage our communities, hold our leaders accountable, and push for policies that uplift us rather than undermine us. And today I am excited to announce that that following last year's summit, our board had a strategic planning session which led to the revision of our mission, which now consists of eradicating health disparities for African Americans by influencing policies and practices through community engagement, advocacy, research, and education. As such, we will assume greater leadership and amplify our voices in advocacy on health disparities by uniting our efforts, engaging communities, and leveraging our collective power to drive meaningful change and equitable solutions. We have already launched 3 dedicated health equity task forces focused on maternal and infant health, sickle cell disease, and chronic diseases. Each task force consists of over 12 representatives from the health, education, and policy sector, ensuring a wealth of knowledge, expertise, and diverse perspectives. Together, these task forces are working to develop actionable strategies, advocate for necessary resources, and ultimately move the needle on health outcomes in our community. Our speakers will talk about policies and practices influencing health outcomes in each of these areas. With a focus on our new mission, Graahi advocates for health equity assessments to be performed to evaluate the impact of health policies across different communities to determine if policies are addressing the needs of people who are most impacted by these health inequities. Some troubling trends include more than 100,000 African Americans or 100,000 Americans live with sickle cell disease, with nearly 9 out of 10 of those people being Black. This is notable since 2 out of 3 babies born in the United States with sickle cell disease have mothers who live in disadvantaged areas. In 2023, about 15% of Black families lived below the poverty line, and 21% lived in poverty in Kent County. And poverty reduces a person's chances of having access to quality education, employment, healthy environments, and many other life essentials. People who experience poverty are also more likely to experience obesity, mental illness, stress, and many other chronic conditions. And in 2022, the suicide rate for Black youth ages 10 to 19 increased by 54%. From 2007 to 2020, the suicide rate among Black youth ages 10 to 17 increased by 144%. Y'all, this is unacceptable. because these are people behind these numbers. And we must increase awareness and find solutions to these troubling trends. In efforts to holistically address these issues, a health in all policies approach is needed. For any policies addressing health disparities, which is a collaborative approach centered around social determinants of health, including racism, housing, education, income, and the environment. While this work is well underway, the challenge ahead of us is significant, but so is our commitment. To truly be change makers, we must go beyond merely acknowledging disparities. We need to actively and intentionally work to dismantle them. While I acknowledge and I am deeply grateful for all those who are committed and support this work, and I hate to say this, as I may be preaching to the choir, but today I'm feeling a little bit like Angela Bassett and waiting to exhale. There are just a few things I want to get off my chest. So, because I often find myself frustrated by those who say the right things, but don't back it up with action. Y'all do know what I mean. For example, we have an organization in this community called the Grand Rapids Black Nurses Association, who are highly credentialed, experienced, and interested in teaching college courses. Yet our programs continue to lack diverse professors and students. And then we have the Grand Rapids NAACP, wonderful organization in our community. But when they speak out about the prison industrial complexes targeting of Black boys and men, rather than standing up with them in the fight for fairness and justice, many people pressure them to stay silent and back down. So it's time, y'all, to move past this empty rhetoric. Too often, I find myself in meetings where discussions about disparities are overshadowed by polite and courteous expression, but resistant to change. Some use their influence to maintain the status quo, citing reasons why policies and practices cannot evolve instead of seeking real solutions. And we can no longer tolerate this facade because lives are at stake and we must be serious about these issues, take action, and support those who are ready to lead and make the impactful changes we desperately need. I truly believe that with genuine commitment, we can work together to forge a path toward equity in health that reflects the needs of our community. So this is why we're here today. This is what this summit is about. So let's get serious and let's get to work. Thank you all again for being here.
Well, I don't know what to say after that, Vanessa. Whew. I was like, I'm just proud to sit on the board and be a part of Graahi, and I'm proud of the leader that you are as well. So together we can. So it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker. Dr. Renee Branch Canady is a visionary leader in public health. She brings a wealth of expertise and passion to the role as chief executive of the Michigan Public Health Institute. With deep commitment to equity, health, and well-being, Dr. Canady has dedicated her career to driving positive change. As an author of an acclaimed book, Room at the Table, Dr. Canady challenges leaders to confront the complexity of equity and justice, inspiring them to become powerful agents of change. Her insights and guidance have resonated with individuals across fields, making her a sought-after expert in the realm of health equity. Prior to joining MPHI, Dr. Canady served as health officer and director of the Ingham County Health Department, where she demonstrated her exceptional leadership skills and innovation approach to public health. Her work in developing the Ingham County Health Equity Social Justice Program has widely been recognized and admired. Dr. Canady, her academic background in equity is impressive. With a PhD in medical sociology from Michigan State University and a master's degree in public administration and a bachelor's degree in public health nutrition, her extensive experience in research education and in public health administration has equipped her with unique perspectives, even with the challenges that exist that we face in our communities. As a token of appreciation, her Graahi contributions she has provided a signed copy of her book, and I think it's at the table, right, Vanessa? It's okay. Please check under your seat to see if you've received a copy. There's three copies on the table, and then there's something underneath your seat that will indicate if you received the copy of the book.
You know we like a giveaway. Don't we like a giveaway? Good morning. Vanessa, don't start no mess because I'm in a space today. And I want y'all to leave in a similar space that both Vanessa and I have found ourselves in. If you are in this room, you are a leader. If you are in this room, you are a partner. You can't lead without partners, and you can't partner without leading. They are linked. But a few years back, I found myself getting really, as Vanessa said, irritated with folk that sat in privilege and power. You also have that. And just also sat on their hands. Wouldn't speak up. I don't want to cause a problem. Well, I don't want to offend anybody. All these things. And my students would always say to me, Dr. Canady, you should write a book. You should write a book. And so that door was sort of divinely opened. And I said, ooh, I'm about to get my whipping stick out. I'm sorry. I'm from the South. And tell my peers about themselves. But I also hope that my peers hear my heart, because this is the time. As I'm looking around the room, most of us, certainly I was not alive or of age during the civil rights movement. I didn't have the police dogs at me. I didn't have the fire hoses at me. I didn't get to march. But this is the assignment we've been given. And we sat on the assignment, y'all. I used to say I do this work because I don't want my sons to have to do the work. Well, my sons are now in their 30s, so I guess I do the work so my granddaughters, I'm going to say granddaughters because I only have sons, won't have to do the work. But we need each other. And so I'm just going to take you on a little bit of a journey. You know, we hold these truths to be self-evident, right? Inequities, disparities are a thing. I really wish funders would, I'm sorry, I know I'm at a research university, but I really wish that faculty would get no more money to continue to describe the fact that Black and brown folk do worse, poor folk do worse, Native Americans do worse. I mean, we know this. We hold these truths. It's self-evident, right? It's a truism. We even know that not only is it about the outcomes, but this seminal study in 1996 put us on a trajectory to not just talk about health disparities, but to talk about health care disparities. When we look at these types of procedures like angioplasty, coronary bypass, hip fractures, those are not things that you just walk up to a window and say, can I get a bypass today? There are gatekeepers determining who's in, who's out, who's what, who's where. And we found that, again, self-evident truths, Black and brown folk were going to be referred less often than needed, except in one case, which is why I keep this seminal study up here. At the end, when you look at amputation of a limb or you look at bilateral orchiectomy, I know I have some nurses and physicians in the room. What's an orchiectomy? Testicle removal. And what is bilateral? Whack, whack. Both. Now, what? Likely secondary to some clinical something or another, testicular cancers, something. But when we hold diagnosis consistent, when Gornick and her team held it consistent, we still found that Black and brown folk received the procedure almost 3 times more often. So we've got a problem, not just Houston, we've got a problem, Grand Rapids, we've got a problem, West Michigan, we've got a problem, these United States. I never do a talk about disparities or inequities without listing Margaret Whitehead's definition. I would offer to you that right now, one of our biggest threats is that everybody's saying equity. Everybody is saying it. My grandmother, beautiful Southern woman who left this life at 95, and she would look at me and she would say, "Baby, everybody grinning ain't tickle." And I want to look at you and say, "Baby, everybody saying equity don't mean equity." They're either saying it because they want you to stop saying it. They're saying it to move the conversation on. And most are saying it without even understanding what it is. And so we can't understand equity without understanding inequity. And again, Margaret Whitehead's definition says that, yes, it's this difference in population health status and morbidity. These rates are systemic, they are patterned, and I love that she invited values to the table and she said they're unfair and they're unjust, and most importantly, they are actionable. Well, Renee, we can't fix racism. Of course we can. It was socially constructed. We can't fix poverty. You ever heard of tax law? Of course we can fix poverty, houselessness, homelessness, underperformance in education. We can fix all of those are socially constructed consequences of the policies that we enact or fail to enact. And Margaret Whitehead said they're not random and they're not caused by the people who become ill. So when you start pushing people, when you hear people pushing to talk about equity, can I challenge you to challenge them? If we're going to talk about equity, can we first talk about inequity? And so, thank you. And so I stand here having thought through again the frustration of why people aren't doing anything. Trying to figure out what are we so afraid of. And I was talking to a colleague of mine. We are both maternal child health researchers and advocates. She's a white woman, and she says, "Renee, I'm just so frustrated. I just feel like I want to tear up something." And I was like, whoa, let's don't tear up the people's stuff. Don't tear up something. But what can we do? And this phrase of productive outrage came to my mind. I stand before you today productively outraged, having supported one of my staff persons, one of our directors, who last week laid to rest her daughter-in-law and her newborn infant grandson. Y'all, I wouldn't wish on anyone seeing the image of a young Black mother in her casket holding her infant. 2 weeks ago in Detroit, we do a lot of maternal mortality work, and I can't help but think, as Vanessa said, when I see the reports for 2024, that's going to be Raven and Raylan in those numbers. We have to be outraged about this. We have to be motivated and driven to act. And so I want to leave you with just some tips, just some things to try on and figure out how you can be an agent of change. Angela Davis said, I'm no longer accepting the things I cannot change. I'm changing the things I cannot accept. And she said it with a personal pronoun, but as a sociologist, I would offer to you, we can no longer accept the things that we cannot change. We have to change the things that we cannot accept. This is about solidarity and unity. I began the work, as Misty was sharing, developing this nationally recognized program on health equity and social justice at the Ingham County Health Department. And I did that work in partnership with a leader who was my polar opposite. He is a white man. I am a Black woman. He is gay. I am straight. He is atheist. I am deeply steeped in my faith as a follower of Jesus Christ. We were complete opposites, but we loved deeply, and we worked closely and intimately to change the things that we could not accept. So this became one of my favorite mantras. And I want to see who recognizes this quote. That's all I can stand, and I can't stand no more. I hear a couple. Look at y'all on top of it today. I oftentimes will get Harriet Tubman, Rosa Parks. No, baby. I love the fact that it is a white man that is my poster child for health inequity, being anti-oppression, being anti-racism. And y'all know when Popeye said, that's all I can stand and I can't stand no more, what was getting ready to happen? Ooh, he was getting ready to grab that spinach. And it was about to be on. I asked one of my friends, I'm like, yeah, that can of spinach, is that where I'm about to open a can of whoop? No, Renee, no. Popeye did not say that. But you knew he was getting ready to act. So it took this sort of internalized indignation to then drive him to do something relatively straightforward, right? Let me just let me get my help. Let me grab some spinach. Maybe your help is calling a colleague and supporting each other to say, now what are we going to do together? So this idea of productive outrage is not righteous indignation that inspires us but doesn't equip us. It's not political will or social will that starts us but doesn't sustain us. It's a deeper construct that is disruptive but not destructive, right? We've got some good bones. We've got a good foundation. I grew up as a military dependent. My father spent 27 years in the military. You're not going to find anyone more patriotic than I. My brother is a West Point grad. We do bleed red, white, and blue. And I drive and push this country because we are better than we appear to be. Germany did its work after the Nazi era. South Africa did its work during the post-apartheid era. We haven't done our work, y'all. We changed laws, but we didn't change the hearts or minds of people. And so it is time for us to do that work, to do that heavy lift, to continue to push. So productive outrage, I define as that sense of indignation that drives action and sustained change. We know in public health that without vigilance and sustaining, that things go away. You know, we thought polio, we were all done with polio until we weren't. And last year, we see reports of polio cases reporting in upstate New York. Why? Because we lost vigilance. Because some folks said, well, why am I getting a vaccine for polio? Because we don't have polio anymore. Well, y'all, we don't have polio anymore because we get vaccines for polio. We lose vigilance. We move on to the next thing. The things that got us there are the things that keep us there and propel us. So I want to invite you to take that outrage, to think, was there a time when you when you heard someone being mistreated and you chose silence? Think about what was it? What got in the way from action? Because we believe that dialogue is doing. In the book, I talk about this concept that I call the excuse me, but y'all know that little finger. You're sitting in a meeting. If you are sitting in a space listening and observing something happening and your heart is going, that's your body saying, say it, say it, say it. So what is it that drives you? Desmond Tutu said, if you are neutral in situations of injustice, you have made a choice and you've chosen the side of the oppressor. Sometimes speaking up is simply saying, I don't know what to say in this moment, but I feel like something has to be said. Words disrupt. Words shift tone. Your job is to set the tone in the spaces where you are because you're leaders. That's what leaders do. Is it me or is anybody else confused, overwhelmed, upset? Those types of self-effacing, transparent comments open dialogue. And then you don't have to have the answers. The answers come from the collaboration together. And this is leveled work. So I want you to think about that. Martin Luther King says, true compassion is more than flinging a coin at a beggar. It comes to see that an edifice which produces beggars needs restructuring. So he didn't say don't give money. He said it's more than just giving money. So those systems that continue to contribute to homelessness, to unemployment, to poor health outcomes, something has to change. We're continuing to do the same thing over and over again. So you begin to think about, in our work at Ingham, we talked about personal, interpersonal, institutional, and cultural work. What do we believe? What do we desire? What do we hope for? That's our culture. How do we implement those? You guys are going to be talking a lot about policy. And I want to offer to you that bad minds generate bad policies. When I first got to the health department, I was like, let's find the bad policies. Man, I was a policy analyzing sleuth. We're going to find them. We're going to change them. And I would look at the words on the paper and I'm like, the words seem fine. But it was the implementation of the words that got in the way. And the words get implemented poorly, or dare I say wrongly, because of the mental models, that very tip of the pyramid. And so systems change according to this FSG model, which I love, flips it on its head, flips the pyramid on its head, and said, first, we got to get at what are our mindsets. May I offer to you, I recall my pastor said to me once, Doc, you're at the point in your career where people seek you out, not for what you know, but for what you think. Your opinions matter. What do you think? I mean, we've been in this equity and justice disparity game a long time now. We know a lot. We're smart about these things. But what is your opinion about the things that you know about? What are the mindsets that are shaping? And that's where transformational change occurs. Then you can move through and start doing things like policies and practices. But until we get that root of our mindset out of the way, we're going to continue to create policies that create poor outcomes. Marcus Aurelius said, injustice is not always associated with action. It's usually associated with inaction. And so I hope you're going to walk out of here feeling ready to do some things. So let me just give you a couple of examples. What do equity leaders do when things become outrageous? You might have heard the term equity lens, a health equity lens. And I sat with my team and we're like, yep, we're all saying that. Oh, we need to apply a lens to it. All the research studies, all the proposals, apply an equity lens. What does that mean? And so we just started looking at definitions of justice, started looking at definitions of inequity. And we said, well, what would that look like in action? And I encourage you to go through that exercise with your team, because the doing of it for your team might look different than my team. In my team, we landed at MPHI on an anti-oppression lens, because we talk about racism explicitly, yes, but not exclusively. But in our anti-oppression lens, we also have to be mindful that sometimes people will want to water it down to the things that are easier to talk about. Body size is a little easier to talk about than racism and misogyny and homophobia. So you've got to stay in the space that's relevant. But so we just came up with a list. We seek out an equity leader. For us means someone who's seeking out what's unfair, to reverse it, not just to describe it, but to avoid it or to reverse it. We believe that equity leaders aspire to apply justice. What is fair? What is just? What is right? Equity leaders recognize that it's not just biomedical, it's also socially constructive. And it's our job to not only identify, but to facilitate the opportunities where the easy choice is readily attainable. This has happened all the time. How many nurses I have in the room? Yay. If I had listened to my mother, I would be a nurse, but I was that hard-headed person. My mother was a public health nurse. And so I'll just list a couple of names for you. Lillian Wald is considered the founder of public health nursing. It wasn't a thing until it was a thing. And having read through many of her archives, and I can just imagine her saying, like, why are we making these moms come into the clinic with 6-week-old babies and they're hobbling over, and they got on the corset and the pointy toe boots, all of that. And so I'm sure her colleagues said, well, why would we go to them? Well, we didn't go to them until we started going to them. And now, of course, people are like, of course home visiting is a thing. Andrew Still, do I have any DOs in the room? Doctors of osteopathic medicine. Andrew Still is considered the founder of osteopathic medicine. He just said, we got to do this differently. John Snow, all of those historical figures, but also current figures like David Page, his work as a resident at Johns Hopkins was instrumental in building the WIC program, which is now celebrating its 50th year. He just had an idea, sitting in a room. And they were saying, yeah, we're going to do all this school nutrition stuff. And he was like, but what about the kids that are not yet school age? Came up with an idea. Same thing, Mona Hanna-Attisha, my colleague at Michigan State, who was the pediatrician who's credited with identifying the Flint water crises in the patients that she was taking care of. Started doing some things differently. And my dear, dear mentees and friends at the Birth Detroit, which is the first Black woman-led birth center in Detroit. I have the privilege of co-authoring a paper with these young ladies, and we entitled it, based on their words, "We are no longer asking permission to save our own lives." Yeah. So lots of things that can be done. And what else would we do? I want to leave you with 4 quick things. I love Simon Sinek Finding your why. Everybody's like, find your why. But you know what? Because we're being disruptive, I want you to lose your why bother. There are people in your ear saying, well, why would you even dare? That's a lot of work. And we could just, I don't know. Get the naysayers out of the way. Lose your why bother. I would offer you that it's not about you, but yeah, it is all about you. It's not about you. Yeah, it is. This is the irony and the twistedness in the dialogue of this work. It is not about you. It is about those that we have the privilege of serving as leaders and partners. But it is all about you, and it is all about me because we have to do our own work. I mean, I remember very simply way back in the day having real issues with folks that had tattoos. Man, good thing I did that work and got over that because I would have probably problems with like 75% of y'all. Don't show me. I want you to know that it is your job to keep people whole and keep them at the table. My colleague that I described, my polar opposite colleague, Doak, who I love, would say to me, Renee, stop protecting the white people. I'm not protecting the white people, but I need the white people to stay at the table. I need white folk who feel offended. Are you calling me a racist? No, I'm not calling you a racist. To stay at the table as much as I need black and brown folk to say, I'm tired of bearing my pain for white folk. I'm not doing their work for them. I need y'all. I need all of us at the table. And I need us at the table whole. And I show you this image because the table is tiny in this picture, but there's a whole bunch of people around that table. Practice setting broad tables. Y'all, there's two things coming up this month. Next month, November. What are the two things? Two big events. Election. Then I can start watching TV again. The election and Thanksgiving. We're going to be around tables, spending time. We all got that Uncle Jimmy who says the thing. You'd be like, oh, you can't say that. But let Uncle Jimmy stay at the table and allow his outraged voice to be there. The fourth thing that I need you to do is to think about where you are on what I call a continuum of motivation. Most people start out like have to. I have to do it. It's required. The training's mandatory. The governor's making us all do implicit bias. Yeah. Well, okay, you might be at that have to space, but I'm hoping that you'll get to want to. No, I do it because I want to. And then as you evolve further, you'll begin to see the privilege in this work. And you get to the place of, I get to every day use my strengths, my knowledge to make this society better. And then I want us all to land at a different kind of have to. I have to do it. It is the air I breathe. I have to do this work in a way that honors difference, that invites difference, and that includes others that don't look like me. And even though all of my little things didn't show out completely, this quote is from the book of Galatians, and it says, be not weary in well-doing. In due season, you'll reap if you faint not. Renee Canady's translation is, don't get tired of doing the right thing. Yeah, don't throw in the towel. It's going to be worth it in the end. And the Talmud says, don't be daunted by the enormity of the world's grief. It does seem big, y'all. Do justly now. Love mercy now. Walk humbly now. You're not obligated to complete the work, but neither are you free to abandon it. Thank you all.
All right, let's keep it going. Next up, we have a treat for you. We have a passionate advocate for health equity and maternal infant health. This next individual brings a powerful voice to the conversation surrounding delivering while Black. Her documentary of the same name, a poignant exploration of the Black maternal health crisis, has garnered widespread attention and sparked important discussions. Her career journey, spanning over 17 years, has been marked by her dedication to serving patients, families, and communities. Her clinical experiences have fueled her passion for storytelling and advocacy. And we've heard from Dr. Canady how important advocacy is. Empowering marginalized communities through data-driven education and collaboration. She's currently serving as a project manager on the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion team at Corewell Health. She plays a vital role in advancing health equity initiatives statewide. Her commitment to creating a supportive and inclusive environment for both team members and patients is evident in her daily work. Her academic background, including a Master's of Public Health and Epidemiology from Grand Valley State University, provides her with a strong foundation for her advocacy work. Her expertise in biology, chemistry, public health, and epidemiology allows her to develop and implement equity-centered projects. What you doing up here? I'm not done.
They said come sit while you talk about me.
Okay, anyway. As a film director, now I can say her name, Amanda, her public health knowledge to shed light on important topics, her documentary, Delivering While Black, is a testament to her ability to using storytelling to raise awareness and drive change. Joining Amanda on the panel discussion will be Denise Evans and Keturah Bell, who will share their personal experiences of delivering while Black. Their stories will undoubtedly add depth and impact to the conversation. And I'm proud to introduce Amanda Rostic, a member of my team at Corewell Health, and your speaker today. Thank you.
The first thing is we have to value Black women and Black birthing persons. The biggest problem that we find is that there's this hierarchy of human value that exists. So Dr. Gail Christopher talks a lot about, in our racial healing work, she talks a lot about the fact that we undervalue certain people groups. And so Black women, unfortunately, at this time are way down at the bottom of our list of important people. So until we first get our systems to value Black parenting persons, Black people in general, let's just start there, but Black birthing persons in particular, we won't be able to move the needle. We have to really start thinking about not just the hierarchy of human value, but really beginning to address issues of health equity or health inequities and do some social justice work.
Does that surprise you at all? Does that number surprise me? Living in our country? No, not at all. We can go to a different country and they get paternal leave. They can be off for a year with their babies, where here, most moms are forced to go right back 6 to 8 weeks later. So no, that doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's disheartening, and it's unacceptable. It doesn't surprise me. It can vary from state to state, and it really depends a lot of times on the resources. A lot of times, Black patients tend to go to hospitals that have lower resources. And so if you have lower resources, then you may not always have that support and care that you need. And it's awful. And when you look at other countries that have the same level of resources the United States has for healthcare, the statistics are abysmal. We are at the bottom of other countries that have the same amount of resources that we have. When I first heard those statistics, I was in denial. I was working at a crisis pregnancy center, faith-based crisis pregnancy center, and they were talking to me. Someone came in and was talking to me about these statistics, and my undergraduate degree is in accounting, and I'm like, show me the data, because it seems to be a little unbelievable, right? And then they asked me, well, don't you know somebody one of your friends, some of your people of color friends, your Black friends who have had a pregnancy loss? And I was like, no, I don't. And I was in my 30s or 40s by that time, 40s actually by that time. And when I came away from the conversation and did some self-reflection, I realized that I was one of those people, right? But the brain does these magnificent things to protect us from pain. And so I had suppressed this memory because I had my rainbow baby, a couple of years later. And so even for me, even though I had actually had a pregnancy loss of my own, having to deliver my first son at 5 months without any support, and just the trauma that was associated with that, I literally had suppressed it. But then there was this pull to do work with women and pregnanting persons. And I believe now it's as a result of what happened to me in my late teens. I was 19 years old.
That number has my boys in it. I hold it close to my heart. Just to think that it's a possibility that they could have been here. But then I look at my two that are here and I'm like, I fought for them.
Well, infant mortality is a seminal indicator of a community's health, right? And so if our infant mortality rates are that off, then we need to say what's going on in our community. And when Forbes had put out that 2015 report where it said that Grand Rapids was one of the best places to live, but we were 53rd out of the 54th worst places for Black people to live, that's like a little bit off, right? So we should start asking ourselves, what is it about being Black in Grand Rapids that is so harmful to a woman's health, to a birthing person's health? Instead of doing that, we wanted to look away and then do a campaign that talked about how great we were for everybody, right? And so admitting first that there is a problem and understanding that the question that we should be asking is for whom? It's the best place for who to live, right? Is it the best place for a person like me, or is it the best place for a certain population of people? I think it has to be a different way of looking at things. It can't be the status quo. A lot of times, I think, especially in places where patients go, especially Black patients, they don't see people that look like them taking care of them. They walk into a room and no one looks like them. They're concerned about raising their voices, raising some concerns because they feel no one will pay attention to me and no one will be heard. And so you have to create that environment where you may say, I may not look like you, but I am aware that your risk of dying in childbirth is higher. And so let's work together. And how do we foster that type of atmosphere, that type of feeling? And that's tough work. There's no easy road for that. But you have to push forward. You have to keep doing it. And so I would definitely like to see an environment where patients who are being taken care of look like, the community, the individuals who are taking care of them reflect the community, reflect how the community looks. And that doesn't always happen. And so how do we fix that? If there is support just from within our support groups, those who are supposed to be supporting us, our pregnant and parenting persons are more likely to be successful, right? They're more likely to feel supported. The use and engagement with programs like WIC without shame, right? We pay our taxes, we do what we're supposed to do. If it's available, we should utilize it. And it doesn't have to just be for formula, right? I think that is the misconception about things like that. It's about supporting the woman's nutrition or the pregnant person's nutrition throughout the entire pregnancy and then after the child's birth. So we need to have support systems that are able to speak to us and that are supportive for real, right? That are in the doctor's office, around us when we get home, and that are encouraging us to do the things that are best for our bodies and for our children and for our families.
As a mom, as a therapist, I think that therapy is beneficial, whether the moms or families have lost their infants, are currently pregnant. That pregnancy after loss is difficult because, as we know, grief is not linear. It comes up and down. I still grieve my boys, and I am a therapist. So I advocate for them to come. Therapy is helpful while getting pregnant because that can be hard. It doesn't just come naturally to everyone. Therapy is helpful for them during pregnancy. Your body changes, your hormone changes. The people around you see you differently. That can be isolating. So I think therapy is amazing. And that's not just coming from me as a therapist. As a therapist, I've had a therapist. So it's helpful for me to sit here with you today. My therapist helped me a lot.
People are fearful, right? I've found a lot in this work over the last decade or so that our white brothers and sisters are fearful of being called racist, and people of color are fearful of meeting a stereotype, right? And so when you have those two issues playing against each other, we just won't even talk about it. And so instead of really addressing the concerns of Black birthing persons, if I say I'm in pain, believe me, right? If I say that something's coming up for me, do some investigation. Pay attention to what I'm saying to you, even though it might be worded, it may not be worded in the same way that you would word the situation. But if I say, I don't know, my sugar is elevated, or if my sugar is high, understanding that they're talking about their blood sugar levels, right? Don't look for people to talk necessarily about A1Cs, but to really look at the fact that it's your job to do the intellectual gymnastics to figure out what people are talking about, right? It's not their job to try to figure out how to make you feel better. So really addressing the concerns that are brought to us in public health is one, but looking at class oppression, systemic racism, and gender discrimination and exploitation are going to be huge if we're ever going to do any work that's significant in reducing the deaths of mothers and or pregnant persons and their children within the first year after birth.
So my name is Amanda Rostic, and what you just watched was a 10-minute excerpt from a film that I created in 2023. So being here is really a full circle moment for me. It's an honor. So I'm a Grand Valley graduate, not once but twice, a true Laker for life. So what's special about this building is I used to have classes here and I used to get lost, and now I'm on this stage speaking to you. But I want to really set the stage for how we got here. 2007, I was on the Allendale campus. I was a freshman. For those of you who are familiar, it was in the Padnos Hall of Science. I came across a flyer that said, "Did you know Black women are 2 to 3 times more likely to die during childbirth?" At the time, it was, like I said, 2007, I did not know that. But what was scary about me not knowing that is I had just given birth 2 months prior to reading that. So I rushed off to a chemistry lecture hall, and that number stuck with me. Now, unfortunately, that number has gotten worse over time, right? So that was 2007. Currently, you have probably heard this. Black women and Black birthing people are 3 to 4 times more likely to die during childbirth compared to their white counterparts. But what you may not have heard on the other side of that statistic is it can actually be as high as 6 to 18 times more likely to die, just depending on where you live, right? Another statistic, so COVID, that cracked open a lot of disparities for people, right? We were able to see kind of baseline, but then when we looked racially, there were huge disparities. So during the COVID era, white women were dying at about 32 deaths per live birth, which is abysmal. But Black women and Black birthing people at that same time, the rate of death was over 70 per 1,000 live births, right? So we keep seeing this disparity grow. As Dr. Renee mentioned, and as Vanessa mentioned when we opened, these are more than numbers. These are real people, and these are real lives lost due to unfair, unjust things like systemic racism, right? Institutionalized racism. The numbers are shocking. They're appalling, and they're wrong, right? We know they're wrong. We feel that. So when Vanessa told me I had a 5-minute opener, I'm like, okay, great. I know what I need to say in 5 minutes. So this is my call to action. I'm going to put it right here in the top. After today, what can you do with your privilege, your positions, your power, your money, and your influence to help? Those of you in this room, you, me, we, all of us, we are the Calvary. No one is coming to save Black women and Black birthing people. That is going to fall to us. Therefore, we must start to save ourselves, right? But how? So I'm going to give you a little bit more history. My maternal grandfather, Erskine Robertson Sr., for those of you who may know them, he was, okay, right? He was a servant leader and a community advocate. My paternal grandmother, Nancy Rostic, she was an activist and an educator. Okay, she also went to Grand Valley. I ended up learning that in the 70s, right, as a Black woman. My father, Terry Rostic Sr., if any of you know him, okay, I got family in the room. He's a sage, right? But in the 90s, that man always had a camera in his hand. And these things, you like me, your dad's making videos, didn't mean much to me then. And then my mother, Emma Rostic, if any of you know her, is a gifted and brilliant writer. So why am I mentioning my lineage, right? Because it plays a major part in this film being created. So Denise Evans and Keturah Bell, who are up here with me, but also Kiera Baskin, so I'm pretty sure I've seen around here. I know y'all know that name. And then Dr. Cheryl Wolf. These were my incredible birth justice advocates, right? These are people putting it on the line every day to do this work and to do this equity work. And we created this film in just 36 days. This was money on my savings account, so there was, this was really a homegrown project. Delivering While Black was supposed to be a paper. Susie Williamson, who's not here, she asked me if I was attending the American Public Health Association conference last year. And me being me, anyone that knows me, strategy is my thing. I'm like, if I write a paper, maybe Corwell will pay for me to go. And that's what I set out to do. I missed the paper deadline because I didn't know it. So there was something on the website that said, you can make a film. I didn't think anything of it. I went off and running and said, great, I'll turn my paper into a film. And I didn't know how to do that. So I Googled how to make a film. It wasn't as helpful as you would think. It told me to go to film school and go to Hollywood. And I said, I can't do that. So I said, how to make a film in Grand Rapids. And then I found a studio. And then this thing really, it grew legs. So I want to leave you with a couple more things. Bell Hooks, she said this. Usually when people talk about the strength of Black women, they ignore the reality that to be strong in the face of oppression is not the same as overcoming oppression. That endurance is not to be confused with transformation. I want all of you to hold on to that because that's a big part of the theme today. We've lost too many lives. There are beautiful Black babies being raised by grandmothers, fathers, and other relatives, right, that are not their mother or not the person that gave birth to them. Because Black women and Black birthing people, quite frankly, have been continuously dismissed and disregarded within the American healthcare system. When we think back historically, and if you want to get a good history lesson, talk to Kiera Baskin. She'll break this down for you. But Black women were experimented on and exploited to build and improve the entire field of gynecology. And then look at these numbers. We're the ones out here dying, but the field of gynecology advanced because of us. It's ironic, right? Too many Black women and birthing people are dying, and just a small fraction of the people that we lost, I wanted to say a few names. So Jocelyn Ward, Kira Dixon Johnson, Dr. Shalon Irving, Yolanda Kadima, Amber Rose Isaac, Tatia Odin French, Tori Bowie, Sha'asia Washington, Shanice Wallace, Maya Corinne Peterson. This list could go on. I could have used this entire 40-minute segment to just list off names for you. But I didn't do that because I wanted to give you a more of a message. But that's how many names there are. So enough is enough. My greatest hope is that this film will inspire you, it'll create some momentum, and it will make you want to act. So I want to open the floor to some testimony from two of my wonderful cast members, and then I have a quick closing, and then we'll be off of the stage. So thank you.
Test one. Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning, whatever time it is. Denise Evans. I'm originally from New York City, Spanish Harlem in particular. That's right, cuz. Spanish Harlem in particular. And we didn't talk about infant mortality. I went to predominantly white elementary schools and high schools, and what my parents told me was just fit in. Just don't stand out. So in the 70s and 80s, when I wanted to wear my afro and dashiki, they were like, nope. You're going into that school and you will stand out. And I said, you know what's interesting? This never changes, though. So I'm still going to be Black in this white school. And Angela Davis, Audra Lord went to my high school, Hunter College High School and Hunter College Elementary School in New York City. And they were fighters and they were advocates. And I remember when I first got pregnant, I was in New York City. I went outside of my district, which many people do, to get pregnancy tests because they don't want the people in their communities to know what's up. It happens here too in Grand Rapids. And people go up to Sparta, or people from Sparta come down here because they don't want people in their community to know what's happening. So don't think because in your churches, you're not seeing it, in your communities, you're not hearing about it, don't think it's not happening. And so when I got the pregnancy, the positive test result, I asked them to take it again. I took 4 tests as if things would change in 20 minutes. And then I realized, okay, I'm pregnant, I'm gonna have this baby. And much to the surprise of people, I was a Christian at that time and I was having sex outside of marriage because I needed something. Stuff was going on in my home life and I needed something tangible. So when you are going back to your environments and people are struggling, ask them what's up, y'all. Ask them how can you help them and be there for them. And so anyway, with this pregnancy, I had finally gotten past the idea. I told the people in my church, I talked to my pastor, and I had gotten past, that shock of actually telling people that I'm pregnant and now I'm going to do this. And then I start to miscarry. I called my doctor and said I saw my mucus plug, and his response was, "How did you know?" I said, "Because I read the literature that you gave me, and mucus plug, this is what I saw." They didn't believe me. And so literally within 5 or 6 hours, I was cramping. I was on my way to the hospital. My son's dad, who ultimately became my husband at that time, was working. And so I had to get to the hospital by myself. The shame that my mother carried didn't allow her to be present with me. So I was there at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and I was in a room by myself. And they came in and did the exam, and they said, "Oh, you know what? You're gonna lose you're gonna lose the baby." And I was like, "Okay, where's my husband? Where's the baby's father?" And they left the room and left me in that room for about 20 minutes by myself. I was scared. All kinds of emotions came over me. And then they told me, "Here's a bedpan, we'll be back." So when you think about people, I want you to see faces. I want you to see me. I want you to see a scared young woman in a room by herself who, when the father arrived, they didn't want to let him come back into the room because they weren't sure what he was going to do, as if supporting me was not what he was there for. And so I want us to think about what do we do in our positions? What do we do in our roles? How can we support people in our position? The receptionist could have done a better job. The MA could have done a better job. The doctor could have done a better job. My mother could have done a better job. May she now rest in peace. But she could have done a better job to be helpful to me at that time. And people missed the opportunities to be supportive. It set me up for what would later become me being a social justice advocate and a warrior for women who are suffering and parenting persons. And with that, I'll let you introduce yourself.
I'm Keturah Bell, and like everyone on this stage, I started off in the community, strong beginnings, working at Spectrum, now Corewell. Being young and coming up like, oh, okay, so I got pregnant. My first baby, he's 8. Perfect pregnancy. I had the support of my family because I don't have family here. So my work family, my friends, I built a village. Fast forward to 2020, I've already finished my master's degree. I am a therapist working, and I found out I'm pregnant right before COVID starts. Okay, we can do this, right? I'm educated. I got the doctors. We're good. I go through that pregnancy, and COVID was hard, isolating.
They're like, no, do your visits from home. I'm like, no, I think I need to come in and see. So I advocated for myself to go. I'm like, I need these in-person visits. Just dismissed right away. I'm like, something's not right. They chucked it up and said, well, it's just because of COVID and you're scared. I know the difference between fear and what my body's doing. So 19 weeks, I had my ultrasound to see my baby boy. And I was like, oh, okay. The doctor's like, well, he's a little small. I'm like, okay, so what are we going to do right now? Nothing, just go home. We'll come back in 3 weeks. I was like, nope, pushed again, advocated for myself once again. I'm like, something's not right. I'm not feeling him move. This is not my first pregnancy. I'm not a little young cookie anymore. Something's up. I go 2.5 weeks later to see my baby boy, see if he's grown. And the ultrasound tech just stopped. I was like, shouldn't he be moving? Shouldn't there be some kind of life? They're like, I'm so sorry. There's no heartbeat. Mind you, it's still COVID. I'm in this doctor's office by myself on this table, excited to see my baby move, and there's no heartbeat. That was a very difficult thing. How could this happen to me when I have the village behind me? I have the education. I've done everything right. I'm talking to my clients as a therapist to advocate and talk and be there and know your body. But how did this happen to me? I get pregnant again, and I give this doctor a chance. I'm like, okay. And she's like, I'm going to find you. I'm going to follow you, Keturah, very closely. I'm like, why? Because that shouldn't have happened. Had my concerns been taken to effect and listened to, my baby boy Amir would be here. I would have a 4-year-old too. Instead, I went to the hospital during COVID and delivered my baby boy stillborn alone and came home with a box. Not only did I lose Amir, I was blessed to get pregnant again and followed through. And the doctor still didn't follow me like she said she would. And I lost Nehemiah, stillborn too. So at that point, I'm like, something's got to give. I don't want to have no more kids. I am done. This is not life. Me and my 8-year-old now, we're good. We get a dog. I found out I'm pregnant again, blessing from God. I was like, I can't go back to this doctor. I had to seek out. I went through many doctors to see, like, what are you going to do for me? Amazing doctor, Robin Hubbard, followed me, literally answered my calls every week. I'm like, something's not right. Come on in. Something's not right. Come on in. My baby boy was preemie, but healthy. He will be 3 on the 22nd. I tell all of my clients, I have moms who've lost babies. I have parents who are trying to get pregnant. Even any health issue of your body way better than this doctor does. You have to trust yourself. Don't take, oh, nope, it's okay. You're like, no, I'm going to push. I tell them, I'm going to follow you. I'm going to walk alongside of you to advocate. I'm not going to say it, but I'm going to give you that encouragement that you can fight for your unborn child, for your health. I ask you guys to do the same thing. That pregnant mom, that family that's grieving, or that family's excitement about having a baby, what can you do to come along and be their village? You don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to be a gynecologist. You don't have to be a pediatrician. Just be that encouragement, because it's hard. Even 2024, it's still hard. Black and brown, I didn't even want to tell anyone I was pregnant until I was 6 months. It's isolating. And then I'm not married, so I get those looks of, well, you did this to you. Technically, I don't need a husband to have a baby. I'm doing this. My boys are thriving. I'm still working. I am educated. And today, as we speak, my son is doing his 3rd grade student council speech right now.
So when Amanda asked me to do this film, I was like, sure. No, I'm not gonna lie. I was like, no, nope, I can't get out there and tell my story because what? What is that? But no, I'm happy. This keeps my baby's legacy to go. And to hopefully make sure it doesn't happen to others because of you out here.
I forget. I'm good. Okay, and I love how you're like, yeah. I was like, yeah, right. When someone calls you on a Saturday and, hey, you want to be in this movie? People say yeah, and they get excited, but like they don't know what to expect. Dr. Wolf is one of my favorite people because she'll tell anybody, I thought she was just gonna have an iPhone. No, they pulled up to a studio. We had guys. One of my favorite parts of the story is we had all these young white guys working for me. And I was just like, the ancestors are probably dancing in the clouds right now. But like to tell a young white male in West Michigan, I want to make a film about Black women who are dying in healthcare. He could have been like, get away from us with this. He was like, whatever you need, like we got you. So yeah, they had cranes and they were up on, like it was a real production. So I definitely would be remiss if I didn't thank Denise and Keturah and Kiera and Dr. Wolf. It was like a holiday weekend. I was pregnant with Brooklyn, my son, who's now 1. So imagine making a movie like this when you're pregnant, right? And October's, the alignment of this with Graahi is amazing because Infant Loss Awareness Month falls within this month, right? So it's important for us to speak about these things, but it's not always easy. My favorite part about this is I will get a lot of recognition and people be like, oh, you're so smart, like this is so great, but really it's a documentary. So I did research. This was not scripted. These women sat down and I asked them a few pointed questions and we recorded it, and they are sharing their stories not only with me and you, but with the whole world. This movie is played in countries that I've never visited and states and cities I've never been in. So I seriously cannot thank you enough. I wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for you two. And Kiera and Dr. Wolf, your son had a soccer thing the day you came. You were probably asleep. I called you on a Sunday morning. Kiera, your kids were doing something, like they all pulled up and they all came through. But I want to remind you guys of this false narrative that we're up against, right? We're living a very dangerous false narrative in this country. So many of you, I'm sure if I asked, you'd all raise your hands, have heard that America has the best healthcare system in the world. That's a lie. If you're sitting here now, I know you know that. I'm probably preaching to the choir, but the statement is just not true. What you may not hear is that America is actually the most expensive and the most dangerous place to give birth in the world. These two truths cannot coexist. As a nation, we're missing the mark, right? And unfortunately, at this time, Black women and Black birthing people are carrying the burden of this miss, right, of this country's shortcomings. That's a lot to reconcile with. But as we reflect on the mothers and patients and babies and birthing people who were gone too soon, although we cannot go back in time and right those wrongs, we can make a better choice going forward, right? We can shift this narrative going forward. I say this message to you, be not dismayed, right? Because you're doing this work and it can be tiring. But there are countless people who are working to transform patient stories into policy that really can be implemented into practice that transforms care. So I opened with the quote from Bell Hooks, and I'd like to close with one as well. Love is a combination of care, commitment, knowledge, responsibility, respect, and trust. So today and every day, we must decide, right? You hear that word decide. It's an action. It's a choice. It's a thing we're all going to do when we leave this room. To love Black women and Black birthing people. To care for Black women and Black birthing people. To commit to the safety and well-being of Black women and Black birthing people. To share knowledge about the experiences of Black women and Black birthing people. We have a responsibility, right? As a collective, we have a responsibility to protect and uplift Black women and Black birthing people, and just to respect Black women and Black birthing people, right? These aren't hard things to do, to respect, to commit. These are things you do every day. But this last one is probably the most important one to me. We must trust Black women and Black birthing people when they say something is not right. That is the basic bare, we can all do that. We can all trust that someone in our life, if something is not right, they mean it. And we need to respect that. So in closing, my call to action again would be to support, uplift, protect, and love Black women and Black birthing people. And thank you for, allowing us to be here, spread the word, and check out the full film, because that was only 10 minutes. So.
All right. Don't leave. You left time for questions, and I know this audience has some questions. So, we got one right here. So why don't we do this? Mitzi, can you take this one, and I'll use my lab for the other side of the room. In case you're on the other side. So we got one here.
Hi, thank you so much for your bravery. I have a question that really has to do with grief, which I think is something that's grossly forgotten and not paid attention to. And I had a miscarriage at 5 weeks, so I'm at 5 months, and had to deliver an infant. And one of the questions they asked me, did I want to hold the baby, the dead baby? And I'm like, no, I don't want to. Sometimes I regret it. But my question is, I sometimes pull up to a stoplight and I just burst into tears about Savannah. She had a name and I had a plan. And I'm wondering if you all have any suggestions about coping strategies and how you continue to move forward during that grief.
That's a great question. I can respond and then let the therapist bring it home. But I literally talked about it in an environment where I was told to be quiet, in a church where I was told not to talk about it as a youngster, as a young adult. I talked about it. And I talked about my pain, and I talked about the fact that this little boy was going to be somebody, and the fact that they treated him the way that they did. They literally, and this is the disclaimer, if you can't handle it, close your ears. But what they did was they had me deliver into a bedpan and then poured the contents into something like a Kentucky Fried Chicken tub, put a top on it, and wrote Baby Evans. And then they said, by the way, it was a boy. And so I say to you, remember those stories, tell your story, talk about it, and grieve it. I still grieve it today. My son is 40, but I still grieve him today, and I wonder who and what he could have done in this world. But I recognize that what he has done is he's impacted me to do the work I do today. And so I'm a fighter for justice and equity because I lost my son and I wasn't treated justly and fairly. So I tell people, tell your story and make sure that people hear you.
I agree. You do have to tell your story. I can sit here today and smile and talk about Nehemiah and Amir openly because I grieved. I cried. I did some unhealthy grieving. I got a great support system, a great village around me. To this day, my boys both know their brothers. So I tell people I have 4 babies. 2 that you see right here and 2 that's looking down on you. We celebrate their birthdays. We do cakes, we do balloons. Elijah will go and tell you like, hey, Amir is 4 this year. Nehemiah is 3. My youngest knows about them. I also know it was hard. I came home with a box. I did hold my son, both of them. When you come in my house, you see pictures that I've taken with my iPhone of me holding my babies. Nehemiah, my oldest, was able to come see his brother. He has the biggest smile holding his baby brother, knowing that he wouldn't come home. Therapy, giving yourself grace, knowing that it's okay, and it comes and goes. I continue on for them, but also do know that I will see them again one day.
Okay, we have one over here. You have to talk into my chest.
Oh, okay. I didn't think I was going to be doing this today. So hi, I'm Tiffany from Corewell Health and work with Amanda and Denise. And I wondered, what if, like, let's say that your doctor is not listening to you. You have a partner and the doctor is not listening to them. You have a friend. Like, what kind of advice can you give somebody to, advocate for themselves and not just say, oh, maybe it's just me, but you know that inside something is going on?
Okay, good question. I love and appreciate that. I'll start off with this one. I would love to remind any patient, any person in this room, a healthcare provider is no different than a politician. They work for you. If you are not in a maternity desert, get out of there. I would say fire that person. One of my children, he has a heart condition, so I had to see maternal fetal medicine, which is a very intense specialty. And I have the same thing. I'm an educated woman. I have a master's. I read a 250-page book about fetal circulation before the appointment. So to go in there, I don't play around. So to go in there and be disregarded and disrespected and, unmarried sitting in that chair and being talked down to, the receptionist was nice. Everyone else was mean. I talked to her and let her know that would be my last day there. And I went back to my OB and I told her what happened. I had a good OB, so we share. Robin Hubbard delivered my first son. So there are people who get it right. Dr. Brooke Bolin Richards delivered my last 3. I am here today. I go home to these children. I know this can be done. So that's fire them. I would say if you live in a maternity desert though and you can't get away, then yeah, we have to figure out something a little bit different for you to do there. But if you have the opportunity to seek care elsewhere, seek care elsewhere. Don't play around with that at all. I don't know if you two want to add to that.
I would say just as a village, and Tiffany, you witnessed this during Amanda's last pregnancy. One of the things as a coworker and colleague and friend of someone who is pregnant, there were some things that we were supposed to do as a team. And Amanda was probably 8 months pregnant at that time. And she was like, oh, yes, I'm going to do it. I said, oh, no, you're not. I said, we need you to come through this pregnancy and thrive, and we need your baby to be okay. So if this is something that needs to take place, I'll come pick you up. I will drop you off, but you're not going to walk the 1.5 miles or whatever it was we were supposed to be doing to do that. You remember that? And I said, and check on your pregnant friends. Check on your friends and people that you work with who are in need. Keturah and I had worked together, and what we have to do is look out for each other. There's also something called the Hear Her campaign that the CDC put out. So I would definitely say to all of you in this field, take the time to check it out. Check out the testimonials. And listen to people's stories. We don't talk about our fears. We don't talk about pelvic floor issues. We don't talk about all these other things. So I think that the one thing to do is to talk about it. Even if you don't feel empowered enough to say something to that doctor, walk out of the office and don't go back. Not everybody is feeling empowered enough to say something to the provider or to that office, but don't come back because it's your money, it's your plan, and it's the life of your child. And even your mental health that's at stake.
I agree. That doctor confirmed my 3rd pregnancy. Yeah, great. Yep, nope, you come in, you can't help me. You not listening. Nope, I got to find someone else. Knowing that they can have doulas, midwives, having someone that's looking on the side of you that looks like you. I was like, look, Denise, is this okay? My first pregnancy, I was literally doing strong beginning events. Like, look, you guys, is this a contraction? I'm like, oh, wait, is this fun? Like, exciting. My last babies, I was not excited. None of my friends and family saw me excited. Didn't have a baby shower. There was nothing. I just couldn't do it because I've lost my babies. Dr. Hubbard encouraged me that I was going to be okay. She was in Colorado when they told me you had to go deliver. I said, I got to call her because she said she's not here. And she came every morning at 6 a.m. like, okay, Keturah, we're doing this. She called me. She sent people that I knew and trusted from her office to come check on me as I sat in the hospital. To get Caleb here, I was in the hospital for 3 weeks during COVID. It was interesting, but I had people that came and checked on me and called them. So tell them I'm finding a new doctor.
We got time for one more.
Yep. There's a lot of, they're all over. Okay. But I'm going to use this. It doesn't look right. You're doing that.
You like that? Okay.
I'm going to walk this.
Move them heels.
So where was the question?
Go ahead.
I just want to
Hello, my name is Atavia Williams. I am with Baxter Community Center and Day One Doula Collective. I just want to say thank you, ladies, so much for sharing your experiences and sharing your story. I have two things. I'm going to keep it quick. When we talked about some of the resources that you can use the Earth app. It was made by Kimberly Adams Seals. When you download that app, they drop the B for bias. So you're able to download the app and it gives you all of the reviews that doulas and other birth workers and other people in community have written about the providers that are in the space. And you can also download the Black and Brown Maternity Advocacy Toolkit that I created in TOP. In that toolkit, it has a bunch of resources about the Thank you. In that toolkit, it has a bunch of resources about all of the vetted OBs and doulas and midwives and doctors that are in this area. They've all been vetted by me and other people in community, so they're good people, I promise. There's also calendars in there and other resources too. So those are some of the things that you can download so that we can give people tangible things so that they can walk away with those. And then my question is for Amanda, where can people actually access the film if they want to be able to watch it? And how can they purchase it too? Because you need your coins.
Okay, yes to that. Thank you. Before I answer the question, make sure we connect before you leave today, because, yeah, your toolkit should go inside of my toolkit or mine should go inside of yours, right, to apply our efforts together. Go to the website. So www.deliveringwhileblack.com. So it's the name of the film. Start there. I'm working on, yes, there's a QR code. Thank you. There's a QR code. You can scan that. You can reach out to me. As far as distribution, we are working so that the film will be able to be rented and purchased direct to consumer. And then the other outlets will be future screenings that will be promoted. So start with the website, reach out if you want to collaborate, if you want the film, and then otherwise soon the website will be able to, you'll be able to purchase or rent the film right from the website.
The other thing is that you can still write a check even if you are not renting the film. AMANDA space ROSTIC, because she did take the money out of her savings to make this film as a mother of 4. So stick something in her hand. You know, you church folk, ball up a little something, stick it in her hand on the way out.
I am so bad with this. I promise I didn't tell her to say that, but she says that, and like a black lady at a screening like walked up to me and gave me like the brother man hug and put $100 in my hand, and that rolled right back into the movie. So if you give me money, I do have an LLC. You can write a check to me, but you could write it to EpiKid Productions. But every single dime goes back into this movie. My subject matter experts weren't paid, but they showed up for me on a Saturday morning. I feel so bad I didn't even feed them because I was broke. I made the movie, right? So we are looking for grants and funding opportunities. So yes, donation. All the money is gonna go right back to this. So like, this outfit is from H&M. It cost me $30. So I look like $1 million, but every dime I get goes back to this movie. I had to buy shoes to sit up here in front of y'all this weekend. So I just want to let you know, every dime really does go to the movie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, good job.
Okay.
Yep. One last question before we move on so we can be respectful of the schedule.
So hello, everyone. This might be a rhetorical question as well, but I'm Jasmine. I'm a pharmacist with Teva Pharmaceuticals. I come to a lot of these health disparity events. I practice in the community. Prior to this role, I worked and managed Medicaid in DC. And so I recognize that there are different facets of healthcare where we have hurdles. And so some of the feedback as far as if your physician is not hearing you, you don't go back. I understand that. I actually have a question towards some of the plans here. Corewell, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Michigan. Do you have an outlet where your members can provide you some feedback? Because as the payer, you have, and I was on the payer side at one point, you're in a position to reach out to your provider networks. Obviously, you're not going to withhold pay, but a provider, we could talk for days about implicit bias. As a provider, I was trained, but I was, I knew about Henrietta Lacks because of my family. I didn't learn about it in pharmacy school. And so as payers, we're in a position where we reach out to our provider network, and with quality metrics, we'll reach out if you're not hitting metrics, right? And so if you're hearing from your network and they're saying, my provider is not believing me. I'm not receiving care. We're paying them, but I'm not receiving care. As a payer, is there infrastructure in place to say, hey, I don't know if you're providing care? And I ask that because even as someone with a doctorate degree, right, I live in a zip code that might not have the best care. I've gone to a provider who's billed my insurance who didn't answer a question that the referring provider asked. And so for me, it's like, okay, peer to peer, what are we doing? So that is my question for the payers in the room, and it's something to think about. And once again, thank you for sharing your stories.
All right, we're going to get up out of here. I done got all 3 signs from Dr. Lori, who is timekeeping. So we're going to help Denise so the show can keep moving. We got to stop, but thank you, Anna. All right.
It's my pleasure to introduce Tiaja Martin, who is Graahi's Director of Education and Access to Healthcare Careers for the Pathways to Healthcare Careers Department. Tiaja came to Graahi with several years of higher education experience, with her most recent position as an admissions manager at Calvin University. Tiaja developed the expertise in diversity, equity, and inclusion and belonging and college access programming during her time of service in higher education. As a first-generation college student, she leads the Pathways Healthcare Careers Department from her heart. She gives all her compassion in her heart. That's how she leads. And she also stands in the partnership with the people that she works with as well. She works closely with higher education institutions and healthcare systems. Tiaja is a former freelance writer for a Detroit-based magazine called Advance Magazine, which provided inspirational articles and resources for women of color. And she self-published her first devotional book in 2018 titled 7 Days, 7 Ways to Your Prayers and Praise, which is available on Amazon. She didn't say that, I said it, but it is available on Amazon. Tiaja is a Doctor of Philosophy candidate at the University of Kentucky and is set to defend her dissertation November 2024. It's exploring professional African-American women's strategies of success in higher education. That's what it's titled. We stay saving us and them, and I'm giving them the best I got. It's a critical analysis of success strategy for professional African-American women at predominantly white higher education institutions. Outside of her academic and author-based pursuits, Tiaja is a member of the Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated and serves, I knew that was coming, and serves on the praise team at Bethel Empowerment Church. Let's welcome Tiaja Martin to the stage.
That was a mouthful, wasn't it? Good morning, everyone. I am very honored and very pleased to be here with all of you. I am confident that the level of expertise in the room is just what Kent County needs to start solving some of these problems that we know has been lying underneath our rug. So today I have the privilege of talking about what Pathways to Healthcare Careers has been doing since I joined the team last year, October. Vanessa and I had a phenomenal conversation at Calvin University, actually discussing the 49507 project. I will kind of talk about how this transition happened. And during that time, I had the opportunity to tell her about my heart's true desires. And then she had the chance to tell me her heart's true desires with the Pathways to Healthcare Careers. So Vanessa empowered me and our team to reimagine how we really start solving the issue of inequality and inequity in our healthcare workforce when it comes to diversity and representation. When you go to the doctor's office here in Kent County, what do you see? Furthermore, what do you not see? So the answer to that question became a collaborative effort between myself, my team, and quite a few individuals in the room that I will acknowledge, but most importantly, it started with our students. So today,
We'll talk about our mission that my team and I reimagined together. I will introduce my team and talk about some of the things that they have done. But most importantly, I have 3 students that I would like to introduce to you all. Very often we have videos, we have clips, sometimes we just have pictures. But today we are very privileged to have one story on screen and 2 students actually talk to us about their experience in higher education. And lastly, we will close with actually recognizing our student scholars. Can we give them a round of applause early? So let's get started. Our department mission is very simple, and what I love the most about it, my team and I tried to figure out some way to kind of make it bite-sized, even though it's a little long. I'll let you all read that. But what we wanted to make sure that we did when we started thinking about our programming and the impact in the community, we wanted to make sure we aced it. What is ACE? ACE is access, community, and equity. So when we talk about healthcare in motion, what does pathways motion look like? So here when I describe access, that's where we start talking about equality, right? That is someone's opportunity to connect with the information. We know here in Kent County, there's saturated school districts that have more resources. There's other saturated school districts that don't have resources, but allegedly everyone has knowledge, right? So one of the missions that we have within our work is to make sure that we spread that knowledge across school districts. We are exclusively working right now with GRPS, and we just branched into Kentwood Public Schools. We are so excited that we have the bandwidth to do more. When it comes to community, very often students of color are numerically underrepresented, and that makes us hyper visible in certain spaces. Myself, I mentioned in my bio that I'm a first-generation college student. How many of us in the room are first-gen? As you can tell, first generation has no color. Very often, it doesn't necessarily have a class associated with it, but we understand how isolating that can be. So to pull our students, regardless of their age, together, we make sure that we give them a sense of community and safety as they go through their educational pursuit. Lastly, equity is pivotal to our work. We want to make sure that the opportunity to get those resources reaches everyone that we're trying to serve. When we started looking at our team, and I realized how privileged I was to actually lead a team, thank you, Vanessa, it became my heart's desire to make sure that my team served from an overflowing cup. I want you all to think about that. Valerie did a great job of setting the space of checking your well-being, but many of us who serve sometimes serve from an empty cup or a cup that isn't overflowing, so you often give away what you really should be reserving for yourself. So my team and I started re-exploring what social determinants of health are and how that actually impacts education. Very often we separate education and social determinants of health, but this quote from Tulane University hits this spot on. I'm going to read the first sentence out loud so you all can really think about this. Education gives people the tools they need to lead fulfilling lives, thrive personally, and contribute to their communities. In addition, education makes it more likely that a person can access quality health care, find employment that pays a living wage, and live in a safe, non-polluted environment, all factors that impact well-being. So when you start thinking about Kent County, where you may live, where your best friend may live, and we also start thinking about how certain health insurance plans are only offered in certain places, now we can really start looking at how these intersections hit our children and how that hits the parents and the play aunties and the play cousins that are all a part of our students' network. So at this time, I would like to ask my team to join me on stage. Miguel Gonzalez has been with Graahi for over 3 years, and he functions as our program coordinator. He has done a phenomenal job of keeping me on track and reminding me we need to respond to this email and we have an opportunity to work with these folks. Ashley Starr and Denise Kingdom joined us this past year, and they are really the legs and hands to our infant and maternal health task force. Ashley Starr is our post-secondary engagement specialist, and Denise Kingdom is our infant and maternal health specialist. I am very honored to work alongside each of them. They have done phenomenal work. And lastly, I would like to ask our student speakers to also join us on stage as I will get ready to allow you to share your story. Denise, come on. So I'm not sure if you all can see Carla's story, but I will tell you about this student here very briefly. Carla is a phenomenal person. She happens to be from Detroit, living on the east side of the state. She reached out to me because she found out about Graahi through someone in financial aid. Samantha will actually tell you that I am one of the reasons why I started working a little bit closely with Davenport University and making sure that all things are kind of exposed in how Graahi intends to work with our institutional partners. Carla actually retired from the city of Detroit in 2011. When the city got sued, part of her pension disappeared. Okay, I think she said about $200 a month was reduced from her actual pension, and she lost her health insurance coverage. So, as some people know, when retirement doesn't look like you need it to, that means you go back to the workforce. For example, one of Ashley's great jobs that she does for our team is work with our adult learners that need to return back to school. Carla insisted that she wanted to go back into the education space, sharpen her skills. Talking with some folks in financial aid, they told her you really don't have the bandwidth as far as financial aid to get a full bachelor's degree. So they encouraged her to go ahead and get a certificate. Well, she was about $500 short to cover for her certificate. They encouraged her to reach out to us, and we were able to award her a scholarship. So with that, I would like to introduce to you all Samantha Harris. She too is a Davenport student. She will share her story, and then thereafter, the next voice you will hear is Tiara, also a Grand Valley State University student.
Good morning. I am very thankful. I'm very thankful to be here and in fellowship with each and every one of you guys today. My name is Samantha Harris, as you all know, and I'm a proud recipient of the Graahi Pathway Scholarship. I am on my educational journey, and at the later end of 30, by the way, was not an easy task. I had many obstacles that I had to face that I was not prepared for that prevented me from being my best self and my natural self. Not only did I lose a close family member unexpectedly, but I also lost my job and lucrative income. And just when I thought things couldn't get any worse, I was pulled from out of my bachelor's of nursing program due to financial reasons that I wasn't aware of 2 days after my nursing orientation and 1 day after my birthday. So I have faith in God, and I knew that He would keep me, but I was lost and I just didn't know what to do. As a member of GRBNA, our president, Andrea Robinson, she fought for answers and solutions on my behalf, and I'm forever grateful for that. And outside of that, I received a call from Tonja, my new mentor, who I love dearly, and she basically advocated for me and was looking for me, and I had no knowledge of that. So thus taking financial steps to re-enroll me to to Davenport University to continue my bachelor's degree. Tonja believed in me, and she believed that I could complete my goals. And then she took steps to help me to continue to pursue so that I can receive my degree in May of 2027. Once I graduate, I will go straight into the Doctor of Nursing program or DNP program. Then I will receive a doctoral nursing degree designed for the certified advancement practice registered nurses seeking careers in advanced clinical practice with a focus on leadership. Thank you. And my ultimate goal is to become the CEO of a major health system. And I will, because God does all things well. So before awarding me the scholarship, Tonja asked me if I was a praying woman. And I am. I come from a praying woman who is here with me today. I also come from a praying grandmother. And because of that, God gifted me with some amazing people. And part of this amazing organization, and to be a part of this amazing organization, Graahi has provided me with limitless opportunities. So I stand before you grateful because without this organization, I would still be lost. Instead, I'm thriving and I can motivate someone else who comes before me. So my sincerest thanks to Vanessa and Tonja and the entire Graahi organization. You are the leaders we need to look up to. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sierra Jenkins. I am a first-generation college student out of Metro Detroit. In 2019, I relocated to the Grand Rapids area to attend Grand Valley State University, where I will be graduating with a Bachelor of Science degree in nursing and a minor in writing. Thank you. Throughout my undergraduate years, I have been a full-time student while working in spaces that serve marginalized identities such as GVSU Center for Women and Gender Equity and the Office of Multicultural Affairs. I currently work at Corewell Health and Women's Health as a nurse tech. Just want to give you a little background about me. In fall of 2021, I applied to nursing school. I was accepted to begin in winter of 2022. However, I faced a major setback when I failed microbiology just by 5 points. I know, right? Although it was discouraging at the time, little did I know that that setback was a setup for a better future. Had I been accepted into the program of my original cohort, I would have been the only Black woman out of 80 people. Luckily, God still had a plan for me. When I reapplied the second time, I was accepted with 2 other Black women, and we are the closest of friends and have been inseparable since. One of them is in the room. I have always had a deep interest in pregnancy and birth and babies. I knew at a young age that I wanted to focus on maternal child health. This passion only deepened when I discovered birth work and became a doula through Graahi. I am a part of our Black womb workers. Thank you. And working through Graahi, this has allowed me to serve women and families in their most transformative moments of life. However, in spring 2024, my father had to undergo a medically necessary procedure, leaving him out of work for several months. Around that same time, like most students, I take out student loans, and I unfortunately reached my limit, putting my education in jeopardy. Thankfully, my mentor, who has also functioned to me as a big sister, Tonja, introduced me to Graahi, which not only funded my tuition in full, completely, but also, that's good, isn't it? But also provided me with doula training, a supportive community, networking opportunities. This life-changing experience has allowed me to continue my education and pursue my passion for maternal child health without financial burden. I want to highlight the vital role that Graahi plays in fostering a healthy community by providing training, resources, and support. They empower individuals to contribute meaningfully to our family's health and well-being. Their commitment to culturally competent care ensures that our voices are heard and that our needs are met. As I embark on my journey as a soon-to-be nurse and doula and Black woman, I want to emphasize that there is a need for representation in healthcare. Like these lovely ladies have stated today, we are dying and our babies are dying. And this is the only way to break these disparities and eliminate them and remove the poor outcomes. Together, we can ensure that every Black individual has access to the care that they deserve. Let's continue to uplift our community and create lasting change. Thank you.
Y'all, aren't they phenomenal women? Let's give them one more round of applause. Before we transition into recognizing our scholarship recipients for both 2023 and 2024, I would like to acknowledge our institutional partners that have worked closely with us to ensure these opportunities happen. Before I joined Graahi, they had did an A3 workshop where each institution took a real look at their policies and practices that were actually hindering, harming, or creating unintentional barriers for all of their students to be successful. They also did a deep dive to ask that question, which student is actually being successful at our institution and which ones are not. I can't divulge all of the details on how that A3 went, but I can tell you that the ones that chose to lean in have been close partners of ours, and we celebrate their students, and we recognize together that they cannot do this work of transforming diversity and diversifying our workforce alone, and that's where our partnership as an organization supports them. So first, I would like to recognize the Grand Rapids Community College. Could you all please stand or wave your hand? Thank you. Davenport University. Thank you. As an alumni, I'm gonna say this a little louder. Grand Valley State University. Go Lakers. Michigan State University. And this partner I do want to highlight is a new partner that we are exploring what these opportunities look like, and we're actually still looking at how we can overlap and share resources. But today they came in full force with a willing heart, and that's what I am challenging all of us in the room to embody, is Calvin University. Can you all give us a wave? And last but not least, I would also like to acknowledge the Grand Rapids Black Nurse Association and all of my healthcare partners that have been working with us as we transparently talk about what does diversifying and edifying our workforce really look like. So let's give them a round of applause as well. All right. So these are our scholarship recipients of 2023. All of these students are not here, and a couple of these students are returning recipients. So first, Samantha Harris. I'm going to ask that you come and stand and stay on stage so we can get a phenomenal picture. Zanaya Robinson. And Sherry West. Now, what's unique is Sherry West and Kiera Washington and Samantha Harris are returning scholars for us from 2023 to now 2024. So we will give you your second award as well. Thank you. Okay, perfect. Next, I'll call forward Tiara Jukins. Trinity McGee. Carla Pointer could not make it today. Kennedy Walker. And again, Kiera could not be here. We are very, very proud of all of you for your work. Please, when you see our scholars, ask them about their programs, what they're studying, and what their goals are. But these are our scholarship recipients for 2023 and 2024. Let's give them one last round of applause. All right, our last cohort that we are going to recognize is actually our Black womb workers. So if you heard us talking about doulas, make some noise, doulas. Working with our infant and maternal health task force, we recognize that in our Kent County report, working with doulas was one of the easiest and low-hanging type of fruit opportunities that we wanted to kind of grab a hold of and work with. So our doulas can be anywhere from age 16 and all the way up. This first cohort is actually a mixed age group of individuals. What makes our program unique is that Pathways is all about supporting post-secondary education. So not only are we certifying and working with our doulas, we are also challenging them to continue on in the birth work vocation. I am also going to pass the mic to Denise and Ashley so they can go ahead and award our scholarship recipients after we see this quick video.
I am a black woman. I'm a black womb worker. I'm a black womb worker. I am a black womb worker. I am a black womb worker.
We are Black Womb Workers. Denise, Vanessa, and myself got together and we started reimagining what doula work was going to look like. Denise, you can step to the mic now. And in that opportunity, we recognized that there was a shared collection of knowledge, and Denise actually became the fuel to our fire in starting our doula cohort. So Denise, I'll let you begin, and you and Ashley can take over.
Thank you, Tiaja. What a wonderful occasion this is today. It has just really been a privilege to come on board with this pro-life effort, which is what we call this doula and this birth work. I am a pastor at Mars Hill Bible Church and had a real vision and heart for this kind of birth work and friendships with people who had the capacity to be able to bring us forward. So I'm grateful to be able to do this work. So now we want to introduce and we want to bring our certificates to our womb workers and those who went through doula training. First, I'll call Kylea DeBarge. Next, Nikedra DeBarge. Tamaya DeBarge. A lot of DeBarge in the house. Leslie Hunt. Tierra Judkins. Rachel Siebert. Felicia Starr. And then we have Sholita Harris, who was part of our first pilot cohort. And so Sholita's with us as well. Let's give her a hand.
So if you have not did a donation just yet, this is what you are donating to when you donate to Pathways to Healthcare Careers. We are very excited to support our institutional partners and our workforce development with getting credentialed, certified, qualified, and empathetic individuals into our workforce. Thank you all so very much. That's it.
All right. Do y'all feel we're in good hands? Oh, come on, y'all. Did y'all just see what was up on this stage? Yeah. I know we have a large hill to climb, but with these individuals and what we're seeing today, I think we're going to be okay. All right, guys. Before we get started, are there any government officials in the room? Could you please stand and be recognized? Local, state, federal? Nobody? There we go. Oh, so you better stand now. All right. Thank you guys for all that you do and your partnership, because it takes a village, and we appreciate you. Thank you. Legislation and policy changes are the cornerstone of achieving health equity. The power to create meaningful change lies in the hands of our elected officials. Let's use our voices and votes to support leaders who prioritize health equity and are committed to making a difference in our communities. Today, we have Representative Kristian Grant, a dedicated advocate for community and economic development. Representative Kristian Grant brings a unique perspective to the fight for health equity. With her experience in grassroots work and policy development, she understands the importance of a holistic approach to addressing health disparities. We also have Michigan Majority Senate Leader Winnie Brinks, a trailblazer in Michigan politics. Senator Winnie Brinks is passionate about improving healthcare access and equity. Her leadership in the Senate and her commitment to community uplifting makes her a valuable voice in the pursuit of health justice. Representative Carol Glanville. Representative Glanville, a dedicated public servant with a deep understanding of community needs, is committed to advancing health equity in her district. Her experience as a classroom teacher, administrator, and elected official provides her with a unique perspective on the challenges facing our communities. Kentwood Commissioner JessicaAnn Tyson. A community-oriented leader, JessicaAnn Tyson is committed to serving her constituents and promoting economic development. Her experience as a business owner and her involvement in various community boards make her a valuable asset to the fight for health equity. Dr. Nedd. As a founding member of Graahi, y'all didn't hear me? Dr. Nedd brings a wealth of experience and expertise to the conversation on health equity. His dedication to community health and his leadership in the medical field make him a valuable advocate for change. Brandon Davis. Brandon Davis is a skilled attorney and public servant, is committed to promoting accountability and transparency in government. His expertise in legal matters and his dedication to community service make him a valuable asset to the fight for health equity. So if there's one thing you heard consistently with all of these individuals, it's their dedication and commitment to health equity. I'll turn it over to you, Brandon.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, good morning, everyone. No, we got to do it better than that. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. All right, well, we're excited this morning to have the opportunity to really dive into some of the policy around health equity. We know that it takes laws and policy to get things done. Can we celebrate these esteemed panelists one more time? So we're going to start the conversation easy this morning and just ask some questions. Can you tell us about your background and what led you to pursue a career in public service, particularly talk about your interest in health equity? And we can start on this side of the panel, if that's all right, Representative Grant.
Wonderful. Good morning. I'm really excited to be here and see so many people tuned into this conversation. So my name is Kristian Grant, born and raised in Grand Rapids, and my journey really started with school board. And I'll back up, even before school board, just working in our schools, in our community. I was a teen mom, so I had started a program for teen moms when we still had Park High at GRPS, and just realizing the disparities across the board for the students who needed the most, not having access to the resources that were available. So someone approached me, asked me to run for school board. I really didn't think I was qualified, but I spent 6 years on school board, and it prepared me, showing me when we're serving the people who are the most vulnerable in our community. And that doesn't just have to do with economics, but our children, right? They cannot vote. They cannot voice for themselves what's needed. So the people serving them better be really well versed in what their needs are, because we're speaking on their behalf. And being at the school district, and I think on the west side, we don't often realize the size and the breadth that we have here. So when I was at GRPS, we were the 7th largest school district in the state. We were one of the most diverse school districts in the state. So we saw a gamut of everything. And that really has informed my work at the state level, and realizing that my degree is in policy. And we talk a lot about a whole lot of things, but everything boils down to policy. So poverty is written into policy. Disparities are written into policy. And I'm a policy nerd, And my time these last 2 years at the state level have really taught me a lot about, we can talk about appropriations and we can talk about programs, but if we're not moving policy, the same disparities will exist. And so that is the work that has brought me here, the work that I'm excited to continue doing. And so many of you, I'm looking around, we meet, we talk, your experiences inform the work, and we really have to push that your experiences are informing the policy because it's so very valid. So thank you for letting me be here today.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Again, my name is JessicaAnn Tyson, and thank you so much, Graahi, for having me be here with these esteemed individuals. I'm probably the low man on the totem pole, if you will, because they have a much higher office than I have. But I'm proud of the office that I do carry as the commissioner in the city of Kentwood representing the 2nd Ward. And the reason why I say that is because Kentwood is amazing. We are the most diverse in here, the state of Michigan. When I say that we are speaking 90 different languages at our high school, we have more than 100 different ethnicities. So just if you look at this room, we have probably 300 or 400 people here. So if you take half or a third of that room, that's how many languages, that's how many ethnicities we are representing in the city of Kentwood. So you know, like I know, that there's disparities. You know, like I know, that you have to have a heart and a mission and a passion for this work. In my day job, many of you, I see a lot of my customers here. You're used to me with the apron frying some chicken, and that's okay. But this morning, I get to do the thing that I love and I'm passionate about, and that's helping others, and that's helping my community. And I appreciate the opportunity to share that with you here.
So first of all, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here. This is one of the things that I enjoy most about my job. I spend a lot of time arguing with my colleagues, trying to get them to do things. And so being in our community, having these conversations with people who are really making a difference right here on the ground in our community is a really special thing. So thank you. Thank you, Vanessa. I will just say, you know, I grew up the child of Dutch immigrants. We lived on a farm out in western Washington state, of all places. And my father died when I was 6 years old. I had a brother who was extremely disabled. And so even though they were trying to do everything right in terms of trying to come to this new country and build a life and work hard, there are things outside people's control that go wrong. And I learned at a very early age the importance of that safety net that the government provided for my family, even though they're all Republicans. That's right, we all have them that we love in our lives. Anyway, you know, so that really made an impact on me. And as I grew up and I went to college, I studied sociology and I started working in nonprofits and education settings and just trying to help people be successful wherever they were at. And so those are the kinds of things that I was doing, working in a community corrections organization, working in schools as a paraprofessional over at God Freely Public Schools, making sure that I worked at the source, helping people retain employment so that they could be successful at work. So everything, I realized the theme around my very disparate jobs over the years was just trying to walk alongside people to help them be successful wherever that was, whether it was school or home or work. And I realized that all of those things that we are talking about that were impacting their ability to be successful at home or work or school were really what we also now refer to as social determinants of health, right? We weren't calling it that 30 years ago, at least not in my little circle in this world. But those are the things that really motivated me to get out of bed every day and make a difference in my community. And so when I got to the legislature 12 years ago, I asked to be put on the Health Policy Committee. And I spent 10 years serving as a member and minority vice chair of that committee. And then 2 years ago, when the Democrats were able to take majority, I was able to place some really talented people in those positions on that Health Policy Committee in the Senate and in the DHHS Appropriations Committee for, I'm not sure it's the first time in history, but we have a Black woman in charge of the DHHS Appropriations Committee. We've got a Black woman in charge of the entire Appropriations Committee in the state Senate here in Michigan for the first time in history. And so those are some, thank you. So those things, those kinds of decisions that I finally had the opportunity to make when I had a little more power were things that were motivated by all those years in my career over a couple of decades in nonprofit and education settings. And that I was just really motivated to put folks in those places who could really make a difference. And I always say it's great to have a seat at the table, but it's even better if you're at the head of the table and you're making the decisions about what's being brought up. Right. So that was one of the biggest reasons that I really wanted to be Senate Majority Leader, so that I could be in a position to put those voices at the head of the table.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Carol Glanville. I represent the 84th District, which is Granville, Walker, and the northwest side of Grand Rapids. I grew up in Wyoming, and after that time, I moved overseas. So I lived in a community where I did not speak the language, in a country where I didn't speak the language. I didn't understand the healthcare system. It was really interesting to see how I followed I just assumed things were like they are here. And realize that the benefits that people have in other countries far exceed what we have access to here in the United States. And even as a foreign national living in that country, not as a diplomat or anything, just I was a teacher, I had access to all of that same healthcare, including things like birth control for $5, with no doctor's appointment, imagine. And being able to go to an eye doctor, like right on the street, and not have to go through the rigmarole that we are stuck with here in the United States. And so it really was a firsthand experience to see how health systems can be designed and can operate for everybody. And when I returned to the States, I continued working I was in Chicago, and amongst my teaching experiences was working with immigrant and refugee communities. Resettlement from then was the war in Bosnia-Herzegovina. I did a little stint in the South Side of Chicago public high schools, which was an eye-opening experience, to be sure. And I also worked at a small all-girls Catholic school where surprisingly a large percentage of our population were Muslim girls because their parents preferred to have them in a single-sex education setting. They said, we got the religious part. We just want them in the single-sex setting. And the school that I worked in was gracious enough, open enough, inclusive-minded, that we built a prayer room for those girls so that they could participate, in their religion throughout the day. So through all of these experiences, I have garnered a very strong commitment to equity, a commitment to listening to the voices of others who are not mine, who have had other experiences, and honestly believing that those experiences are valid. What you are telling me is your truth. What you have experienced is your truth. And I take those conversations, I take those experiences to heart and use those to help inform my work as a legislator. I've always seen my role as an educator as one of an advocate. I want to bring others along with me and pave the way so that they can come into place because we need to even diversify, and we do a pretty good job on the Democratic side of things. But the other side, you don't see a lot of diversity in law, in legislators, in leaders, and so we're still getting that one perspective on the choices that are made. And what Rep. Grant talked about with the policy making, it comes from one point of view, primarily, when you look at the other side of the aisle. Another experience I had was working at the Johnson Center for Philanthropy, where I was introduced to the SDOHs. And realized, similar to Senator Brinks, oh yeah, that's something that I kind of already was doing. Now it has a name, and I can talk about it with other people in such a way that we can connect. We know exactly what we're talking about. Some other things that I am proud of in legislation: I do sit on the Health Policy Committee. I have a bill in the maternal health care package, and I've been able to vote on many issues that move women and maternal and infant health care forward, along with a broad range of other issues. Another role that I have is as chair of higher ed. And as I was listening to the Pathways conversation here and the experience of the students who shared their testimonials, I hear you. I am working diligently to try to maintain some of the scholarship opportunities that are out there. I recently learned about a new set of, there's like 7 that scholarship opportunities for first-gen students, for marginalized students, for and for pathways into not just like into higher ed and into career positions that are beyond a little bit what you might be thinking of. So I just really appreciate Vanessa and Tiaja for their partnership and ongoing conversation, and look forward to working with all of you in this space.
Good.
A little bit.
All right.
We're going to switch the question just a little bit. Will you tell us about what led you to medicine, and really about that experience in medicine with health inequities?
Yeah, first, quickly, good morning, everybody. Congratulations to these folks that are here with me. I have disrespect and immense gratitude for people who devote their lives for, the civic duty of serving on behalf of others. So congratulations. Congratulations, Vanessa, and your team for this marvelous display of what a community can look like. Hopefully your healthcare can move in the same direction. To the legacy people who are here, you know your names. I see Shannon is here, Paul is here, and some of our other board members from Graahi, so congratulations, and something that's really growing very strong in this community. As I think about this, my story is an immigrant story. I came from the Caribbean and came here at the age of 16 to college, and went to college in Michigan and went to Michigan State for medical school. And I did my training here. And, part of my training really was, prior to this, I wanted to be a physician for all the right reasons. But it was during my training, the experiences that I felt, that I saw, that I witnessed, etc., really was what helped me to orient myself differently to healthcare, because I saw it very different from everything that I had thought about it. And my first stint, in looking at healthcare inequities, actually started, in the Urban League. I see some people here. I see Betty Burton and Dr. Brame and a few other folks. Early in the late 80s, early 90s, I was asked, I think it was by Bob Cooper or Carol Bennett, to come and work to come and serve on the Urban League board. And at that time, there was no such thing as a healthcare initiative, or national healthcare initiative or policies as it's known today. And some really, cool people, from there I had asked that we get a subcommittee on health, of which we are allowed to do. And because there wasn't a whole lot of healthcare folks in the Urban League at the time, we were given, the opportunity to go through the community and find other folks to be part of that subcommittee. And out of that, came the idea of how do we look at a better way of thinking of how we can change healthcare in West Michigan. And part of that initiative became Graahi. And, over the years, as you know, and as you can see from a summit like this, Graahi has evolved into this. For me personally, everything that I thought about healthcare had changed. And my approach was very, very different. I know we are going to talk a lot about policy here, and, I always see policy as kind of a system of guidelines that is a creative way in how we make decisions. for now and into the future. And that's the complexity that I think that healthcare actually, brings. It is a very, complex machine. And as you can hear from, we used to say, from the cradle to the grave. Now it's actually, from, preborn, to the grave in terms of what are the issues, that faces African American and other minorities in terms of their inability to participate in a meaningful way, like the general populations are often able to experience. And that has been the work at Graahi, which is to say, how do you really influence this issue, of policy, so that the way policy is really designed, and I'd like to think, it's not a Democratic or Republican idea, these policies, ought to represent the issue of the now and what that potential future is going to be. And that's why it's thoughtful. For most people here on the stage, any policy that they probably put into effect, somebody else, unless you're around for a long time, but especially in national politics, etc., many of the things that are introduced are often not felt, in the term that you operate in. And that's how policies ought to be. It's that it's really an investment in the future. The only other thing I would say in answer to your question is, and from a healthcare perspective, it's a very complex machine. I call it kind of the thrive and maybe the fourth factor. One is the issue that, for many of us, the things that we're going to be asked to do about healthcare is really an investment, not in our lives today, but in the diseases and so forth that may have impact on us in the future. How we can prevent it, how we can mitigate, issues that we may be born with, etc. Then there is the issue of, folks, who have already has a chronic condition, maybe because, their past life, maybe because of genetics or whatever the case may be. How do we, design a healthcare that also operates to help those folks with those conditions, to mitigate that they can have the best lifestyle even with the disease, or, they can have the best treatment, at the right place, at the right cost, etc. And, thirdly, is probably, a combination of something that we have had in healthcare for a long time, where we have left out some really important parts of healthcare, like if you have a mental health, issue, a disability, etc. How do we really, bring this in? And the fourth factor is more of this, futuristic thinking is about what is healthcare going to be like 20 years from now or 30 years from now? And can we use this ability to build into that? So as we design healthcare structures, as we design, healthcare providers, and maybe the last one that I'll just say is the stakeholders, It's a really confluence of how do you get stakeholders to, collaborate together, but at the same time tactfully, fight with each other with some measure of individual interest, but all with the purpose of working to the benefit of a whole community.
Thank you, Dr. Nedd. So to that idea of building into the healthcare system, can you talk, all of you talk just a little bit about what specific experiences have really shaped your understanding of health disparities? In addition to that, what key legislative reforms in the past have significantly impacted health equity, and what lessons can we draw from them for future initiatives? And this time we will start with Commissioner Tyson.
So in the city of Kentwood, and we have our former mayor here, Mayor Clanton, we have about 57,000. I have 57,000 bosses. That's what I call them, 57,000 bosses. And I have a budget that I work with the mayor and 5 other constituents and colleagues for $38 million. There are a lot of services. Thank you, Kristian. See, we work together, see? In the city of Kentwood, we are nonpartisan. We don't pick a side, pick a party. I happen to be a conservative, but we don't operate in those silos in the city of Kentwood. Because again, when you're representing 100 different type of individuals, you want to make sure that you're representing everyone, because just the Democrat can't get this service or just the Republican can't get this service. It's for everybody. So I love the fact that I get to work with Senator Brinks. She represents our area. So it's great when you can call up a Kristian, a representative grant, and get the information that you need, because a lot of our funding comes from the state. We have our tax dollars, things of that nature. But when you get the opportunity to actually, again, work as a team, because we're not in power. The Republicans aren't essentially, okay? We have a president who is a Democrat. So a lot of those things kind of funnel depending on the House, where the House is sitting, depending on whoever. I'm working with everybody to get the job done for the people. And unfortunately, I say unfortunately, we have to have the R's and the D's, because really it's about something more and greater. But working together and collectively, that's the only way we're really going to get things done. In the city of Kentwood, that's the only way we can get things done. We can't get them done. I think our city is a better city in the fact that because we don't work in those silos, we get more done. We get more buy-in from our bosses, if you will. And I'm hoping that we can continue to do that regardless who's in power. It's about the people.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Brinks?
I think I talked a little bit about my role as a minority vice chair of health policy for 10 years, and that was sort of a great opportunity to find ways to work together across the aisle, but not just across the aisle on health disparities, but on all matter of health policy issues. And what I realized as I met with stakeholders who want to come in and talk to you about every single thing, so our calendars are packed. Health policy is one of those committees that it's a really big committee generally, and it's one that's very busy. It also tends to have a lot of issues that are not terribly partisan in nature. So that gave me a really great opportunity to get to know our health ecosystem here in West Michigan and throughout the state. So being able to talk with with presidents of health systems and folks like that who are trying to serve a broad swath of our population and the pressures that they feel, trying to make sure that they are doing that job well. They also have constituents, right? Not just the patients they serve, but the people they employ, to the other organizations they work with. Understanding that better was helpful to me. Understanding perspectives of people like Vanessa Green, who would come into my office, and we would discuss the issues that we are facing here in West Michigan in terms of health disparities. I was really motivated by maternal and infant health issues. When I started working as a volunteer, as just a parent, and getting a little bit more active in raising my political voice, 20 years ago, when my children were small, I started advocating on education. And it doesn't take long before you realize that schools have very different resources in different places. Not only that, children are coming to school with very different barriers to success at school. And so it's not just about what we do in the arena of education. It's also what we do before those kids ever enter the doors of that school. It's about what kind of early childhood education they have. It's about what kind of daycare they have available to them, childcare, I should say, not just daycare, because we know people work at all hours. It's about entire systems that are not set up for the success of our youngest and most vulnerable children. So when I started realizing how all of this fit together, I realized, when we start talking about success at school, which you heard so much about, and Graahi is doing such great work with trying to really promote education for the folks we need to see most in healthcare now. It's not just about that. You have to go all the way back to prenatal care, right, as Dr. Nedd said. So all of that really informs what I've been able to do in terms of bringing those perspectives to policy in the state legislature. And that doesn't stop, on just health policy and the issues that are before health policy. It really impacts every issue that we talk about. So somebody once said to me, we were advocating for complete streets, and I'm not sure if you're familiar with that concept, but it's a concept about how we build our infrastructure in our communities, and it includes ways for people to get from point A to point B in a variety of mannerisms. So maybe some folks need to walk, maybe some folks need to bike, maybe some folks need to get there in a wheelchair. Others are going to be in a car, others are going to go on a bus. But when we design our streets, if there is no sidewalk, like 28th Street, that means there's a whole swath of people who cannot access those services safely, right? Anything available there. And so when we talk about health policy, and all the pharmacies are on 28th Street in a certain neighborhood, that means we have a problem with our infrastructure that's impacting health, right? So everything has an element that impacts health, if you think about it. And I think the thing that really made an impact on me was understanding how connected all of those things are, and that we have to look at those policies in every single area through a health lens as well. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Representative.
Yeah, so I just want to pick up this thread a little bit, and something that Dr. Nedd said as well. We're going back to prenatal, but I would take it back to, the parental health. It kind of goes full circle all the way back to the adults in our lives, because when we think about the environmental justice piece of things, where you live, what you are next to, if there's environmental contaminations, if there's PFAS in the water, if there's even just being able to purchase more, your economic place in life, for example. And I'm kind of stuck on PFAS these days because I went to a conference lately and I'm like, oh my gosh, like shocking. So I was shopping for stainless steel pots and pans just like yesterday, waiting for Amazon Prime Day, like put it in my cart and hope it goes down. And but I realized like that set of pots and pans, I mean, they run anywhere from $300 to like $5,000, $300 to like $5,000. So who can afford to, have safe cooking equipment in their home? Who can afford to, purchase PFAS-free makeup? And all these things where we're getting these contaminants. So when we think about, what you were saying, that whole interconnectedness of health, it's all of these other issues that come into play as well. And what we end up doing in the medical community, which is fantastic, and maybe I'm making it a little simplistic, but we saw like we're reacting to the problem. And what we need to be doing on this side of things is looking also at those solutions. And I was recently, you talked about the future of medicine as well. I was recently at a conversation like this with some federal legislators where we were talking about AI in healthcare. It was really interesting, what they were talking about, who the samples are for AI in healthcare. And there are some significant and very impactful healthcare options, particularly around breast cancer, that are like we need to like get this out as soon as possible. But then one of the things we were talking about was who is in that sample size, and what does that look like, and then who's able to pay for the AI examination of their records, and who will have access to this early care. And so when I sit on the Health Policy Committee, these are the things that I'm constantly asking. And people often say to me, you ask really good questions. And I don't know if that's a compliment or if they're annoyed. But, but I will continue to ask these questions because even if we can't get it into policy, it's planting those seeds in this moment of what we need to be thinking about, what we need to be working forward to. And that's where, again, I take it back to being an advocate and where my heart is in helping everybody move forward.
Thank you, Representative. Dr. Nedd, can you talk a little bit about the historical significant issues that have impacted health equity and what we can learn from them?
Yeah, that's a loaded question. I mean, and maybe just going back to policy, sometimes, policies are designed to give the outcomes that you have. And part of our duty is to examine those policies from time to time and really change and adapt and and so forth. As I was, as I was listening to part of the conversation, I was thinking that there was a time I used to be on for Medicaid. I used to be the chair of the P&T committee for many years, and those of you who are farmer folks here may remember that. And one of the issues about healthcare, it's for medicine, it's the practice of medicine. We're not that good at it, right? We are just practicing to get better at it. And the reality is that, you don't want cancer care to be stuck in a paradigm from 20 years ago. You want it to be ever improving. The challenge is, how do we do it well, and how do we do it as cost effective as we can? Because as you know, if we spend all the money in healthcare, we won't have much to do elsewhere, and I'll let these policy guys, really think about it. But I remember when I was on the P&T committee, I was a student of pharmacy and a good student of, more clinical issues. But as I kind of start getting into policy, and I was thinking about diabetes. How many people know the drug, Ozempic, right? When I was on the P&T, I remembered when the GLP-1s came out. To me, it was the most fascinating thing. It was futuristic then. It would have been your cell phone, in 1980. I mean, my sense about that, about GLP-1s and how they work, with the problems that we have in healthcare, obesity, et cetera, the reality is, if you don't believe me, just go read the PI, and you would see even back then, we were pushing drugs. I can think of sulfonylurea, one of the diabetic drugs at the time. It's the most terrible drug that you can use, for people who you're treating with early onset, type 2 diabetes. As a matter of fact, it makes it worse. It burns your pancreas out, and before you know it, you're dependent on insulin. But back then, that was a real novel idea. But because we weren't able to have the capacity to think that way, you didn't hear about this drug until about a year ago, right? And those are the issues. It's saying, how do you design policies that can say, for drugs like that? And don't get me wrong, I don't think those drugs need to be that expensive, because I think we can do better at that. I think that, that's the way when I think about policy, is saying it's a design that allows all the stakeholders. And let me just, call some of the stakeholders. I know there's Priority Health in the House, there's Blue Cross Blue Shield, there's payers. Important aspect of, this healthcare, machinery. There are physicians, there are nurses, there are other, healthcare, the deliverers of healthcare, so to speak. There are institutions like hospitals. I'm sure there are University of Michigan folks here, there is Trinity, there is, Corewell Health. But there are other stakeholders that we sometimes don't even hear about. I'm the CEO of Answer Health. How many people know what Answer Health is? Somebody does. But I represent a PO, or Clinical Integrated Network, of over 1,250 independent physicians, that are part of the structure. And the issue is that healthcare, for a long time, healthcare, when we think about healthcare, what do we think about? Hospitals, emergency rooms, those kinds of stuff like that. When we used to think about healthcare, do you know that in 1975 there were not any emergency room or emergency physicians, right? That's when it gets started, because healthcare actually occurred in a sector that wasn't here. Now, the reason I'm saying all of this is that destroying the legacy of healthcare, destroying how healthcare is distributed, by propping up only one group of stakeholders does not really work in the better interest of everyone. And how do we do that effectively? And I think there is a place where everyone can do well. We talk about in healthcare quality, cost, and experience. This is the first time that we have a payer model that's moving in that direction. Our payers can talk about it here. It's that, it used to be, it was fee for service. You come in and you pay us for what we do. What do? We just do a lot of stuff that we get paid for. Yeah, that's a common structure that occurs in different, relationships. But in healthcare, it's a little different. So, my sense is that as we think about policies, that we think about things that we do, how do we make sure that the appropriate stakeholders are part of the discussion? And that's the lens that I think you were talking about. How do we look into that? I know there's a lot more I can say, but I thought I'll just put that out. I know my time is up.
Thank you, sir. All right, I want to make sure I give Representative Grant an opportunity to answer that question as well. Speaking of your experiences, can you talk a little bit about how you became aware of health inequities, and also what key legislative reforms in the past have impacted health equity?
Yeah, for me, my experiences have really been one-on-one with people that I represent or with families that are dealing with immediate issues. And so, especially in the Black community, by the time someone reaches out to my office or their mom knows my mom and they find me and give me a call, a lot of the impact is heartbreaking. And the list of stories and families that I've come across is so long. I think often of a girl that I went to school with. I went to church with her, and she had 6 kids. She had just had a baby less than a month before she passed away. And she kept telling the doctor something was wrong. And she kept saying, something's wrong. You guys keep sending me home, but I'm not okay. And so there are 6 boys walking around our community. They lost their mother. What do they do now? And now they're sent into a whole nother tailspin of issues as the system fights to take them away from their grandmother, as their grandmother who is completely retired and not planning to raise, 6 boys, as they're separated across the country, forced to go with other family members and whoever the court system deems, all because someone would not listen to a woman when she said, something is wrong. She should not be dead. And every month, every week, I'm talking to people dealing with this. And so this is what inspires me to do this work. It's what breaks my heart, because Black people are not listened to when it comes to these health disparities. And everyone has to just pick up and move on. But there are people who cannot move on. They shouldn't have to move on. And so that's the urgency that I feel doing this policy work. And the frustrating piece is that you have immediate need, and policy is not overnight. Policy takes years, but we have to be the ones to start the work now to change the lives of someone a year or 2 from now.
Thank you so much. Can we give our panelists one more hand? Thank you for taking from your busy schedules to be here today. Unfortunately, we are out of time. It's hurting my heart to say we're out of time, but we are out of time, so we have to move forward, but we're grateful that you were here today. As a legal note, as they say on The View, the Grand Rapids African American Health Institute is a nonpartisan organization. We want to make sure we say that in order to maintain our 501c3 status, right? All right, so thank you all for being here, and thank you all for coming today.
All right, next, we're going to have an invocation from a man who needs no introduction. But before I call him up, there's 2 housekeeping items. And then we're going to turn it over to Joe, and then we're going to break. But we'll be taking a 40-minute lunch break where you have networking. Please visit our vendor booths, and please enjoy your time and reconnect with the fellow attendees. We'll reconvene in this main room session at 12:15. Also, I was handed a note. Housekeeping. Pictures in front of the step and repeat or outside. Please take pictures and tag Graahi on LinkedIn, Facebook, or whatever media platform that you use. We want to see it, and we want to hear from you and your teams. Hashtag is hashtag Graahi and hashtag Health Equity in Motion. Good? All right. Reverend Joe Jones, my man.
Good morning. It was writer Henry Nouwen who said, "Somewhere we know that without silence, words lose their meaning, that without listening, speaking no longer heals, that without distance, closeness cannot cure. And so out of respect for those here this afternoon or this morning that don't follow the same faith tradition as I do, I would like to begin this time of invocation with a moment of silence, a moment of peace for reflection. I will then provide a blessing. Father, I want to begin by giving you thanks for the gift of this day and this occasion, this effort to promote health equity in our beloved community. Thank you for those who have made the commitment to be present here today, for we know that you know that presence matters. May they walk away more emboldened and committed to that which is right and just. I also want to thank you for the Grand Rapids African American Health Institute, Sister Vanessa Green and the co-laborers who day in and day out work to improve and uplift community, to advocate and strive to inform and influence health policy and practice at all levels of government, to lean in and be a conduit for research and to serve as a powerful educational outlet. Lord, I'm grateful that they care. And so I pray that you would enlarge their territory, open up doors for them to receive new investment. May they be well positioned to operate not in scarcity, but in abundance. May they experience greater prosperity, and may the funding they receive produce even greater health outcomes for the African American community. Father, please bless this food and the hands that have prepared it, that it may bring nourishment to our bodies, and we'll be forever grateful in giving you all the praise, honor, and glory. In the matchless name of the Christ, I pray. Amen and amen.
Hello, everybody. All right, we're gonna have to do like school here now. It's like, where's the gavel? You know. All right, ready for the second half? All right, let's hear it. I don't know, that first half was pretty heavy loaded. So, thank you, everybody. My name is Paul Doyle. I'm co-chair and actually founding co-chair of the Graahi board of directors, and I'm just overwhelmed right now with all of you being here and what we're experiencing and what we're doing. It's just a monumental moment. So thank you for your commitment. Thank you for your genuine, intentional engagement here, and excited about what will come from this and where we'll go. You know, we now have the opportunity to recognize some individuals that have modeled and contributed to the success of Graahi. And, you know, back in 2002, when Graahi was established, that's right, 2002, there was a group of us who had the honor and the privilege to be a part of that initial board. And there's one person that is not in this picture that I want to point out, and that's Dr. Walter Brame, who was just so key and essential to getting this concept of even having an independent 501c3 that was specifically intentionally to engage an issue or to resolve an issue that would impact the African American community. And back then in 2002, people were saying, why do we even have to say African American? And then after everything we heard this morning, we know why we have to say African American. So thank you for your leadership, Dr. Brame. With that, I have the honor of recognizing with the Legacy Award, the Graahi Legacy Award, an individual who was part of that original crew and who I've come to admire and been blessed and honored to have her to be part of my life journey. With that, it's an honor to present this 2024 Legacy Award to Deborah Clanton. Well, she's got to stand here while I talk about it for a minute.
Hold this heavy thing.
Deborah is a dedicated individual who has demonstrated unwavering commitment, leadership, and advocacy in support of Graahi for over 2 decades. This distinguished recipient was a key member of the founding board of Graahi and served with integrity, passion, and vision. Her tireless efforts not only strengthen our mission, but also advance the cause of health equity, ensuring that the underserved communities receive the care, resources, and opportunities they deserve. Through her exceptional dedication, Deborah has left an indelible mark on our organization. Through her support, Graahi's partnerships with the Kroc Center, Deborah has helped to expand our reach and enriched the lives of countless individuals, especially our aging population and members of our community. Beyond Graahi, Deborah is a force to be reckoned with. In her church, Messiah Missionary Baptist Church, her sorority, Delta Sigma Theta Sorority, Inc., her work with voter registration, and so much more. She works tirelessly in this community and believes in getting things done. She will push people to the maximum to achieve goals, which makes every organization and committee she is involved in greater. In gratitude for her profound contributions and enduring impact on our shared mission, we are proud to recognize Ms. Deborah Clanton as Graahi's 2024 Legacy Award recipient.
Thank you. I'm going to take exception with a few of those things you said. I don't think I'm that pushy, even though I hear that a lot. But first and foremost, I'd like to just give all praise and honor to my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, because without him, I could not do any and all that I do. So thank you, Jesus. And then secondly, I want to thank Graahi for just finding my services worthy of recognition. And then lastly, I'd like to just thank Graahi again, because yes, I was involved in the beginning. And then after I retired, they allowed me to come back again. And then I'm back again. But it's because I love the organization. I love the people in the organization and the work that they do in this community, the expansion that has been done in this community and even beyond this community over the past 20 years or more. And she's telling me time. Everybody know that when I get a mic, I'm gonna talk. Okay, but I'm just gonna say one more thing. The Restoring Health program that I'm working with now, there's several participants here. Can they raise their hand? One of the co-leaders is out there, Keely. So, hey, Graahi has made a tremendous impact in the lives of institutions, organizations, and individuals. And thank you.
So next, so every year, we give away or recognize 2 outstanding leaders who have contributed a lot to Graahi. And so one is the Legacy Award, which Deborah received. The other one is our Health Equity Champion Award. And today we are proud to honor Tonja Moyer. And the Health Equity Champion Award is presented to an exceptional leader whose passion, dedication, and unwavering commitment to advancing health equity have had a profound impact on Graahi and the communities we serve. As the co-chair of Graahi's Advisory Council, Tonja has not only guided the council with strategic vision, but is also the lead facilitator of 3 critical health task forces focused on infant and maternal health, sickle cell disease, and chronic diseases. Her leadership in these areas represents a monumental commitment to improving health outcomes and addressing disparities in underserved populations. Through her tireless advocacy, she has facilitated collaboration, fostered impactful programs, and inspired others to take action. But beyond Graahi, Tonja is recognized for her selfless dedication and tireless service across multiple boards and committees in this community. Her willingness to give her time, energy, and expertise sacrificially has earned her widespread admiration and deep appreciation from those she serves alongside. Beloved by many, she is a beacon of reliability, leadership, and grace, making a lasting impact on every endeavor she touches. She's also a member of Delta Sigma Theta sorority. So it is our honor to represent Tonja with Graahi's 24 Health Equity Champion Award. And I know the Deltas are here to present them with flowers. So Deborah, if you can come back and up while Tonja gives her remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. I was told I had 1 minute, so keep it short, 30 seconds. Thank you so much to Graahi for this wonderful honor. I feel very blessed to be able to partner with you. I wanted to be the co-chair of the advisory board because I'm passionate about closing the gaps in health equity. And this role gives me the opportunity to leverage my organization, the University of Michigan Health West, to raise awareness and push forward the work that is so often being overlooked and neglected. The impact of health disparities in this country is expansive, but I know that we can fix it through continuous improvement, through a genuine concern for one another. And thank you to Dr. Canady today through productive outrage. This cause is personal for me because I see it and I experience it in my community and also in my own life. So I don't do it for this type of recognition, but I'm truly honored by it just the same. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Real quickly.
So the next speaker that we have today is an amazing speaker. It's Dr. Wanda Whitten-Shurney. And I hope I didn't just butcher that. Is that good enough? No, what should it be? Okay, we'll go with that. Dr. Wanda Whitten-Shurney, a dedicated pediatrician and advocate, has spent her career tirelessly working to improve the lives of children and families affected by sickle cell disease. With over 30 years of experience providing care at Children's Hospital of Michigan, Dr. Whitten-Shurney has become a leading authority in the field. Inspired by her father, one of the co-founders of the Sickle Cell Disease Association of America, Dr. Whitten-Shurney is committed to carrying on his legacy of education, outreach, and advocacy. Her passion for her patients and their families drives her to address the numerous challenges they face, including access to care, addressing discrimination, and the search for a cure. As the current CEO and medical director of the Michigan chapter of the Sickle Cell Disease Association of America, Dr. Whitten-Shurney continues to be a powerful voice for the sickle cell community. Her unwavering advocacy and dedication to improving the quality of life for individuals with sickle cell disease makes her a true inspiration. Please help me welcome Dr. Whitten-Shurney.
Okay, let me get my bearings up here. I am starting my timer because they told me I had 35 minutes and I can't stand for people to go over time. I will not be going over time. Now let's see, you got that slide and then you got that slide. Okay, I just have to start off by saying that I was so inspired by Dr. Canady, and I attended a burnout session, and I think that her remarks were better than that burnout session. I feel so, much better now, and I'm just going to add to one of her sayings. that is one of my mentors, Dr. Kim Smith Whitley, who says that her grandmother used to always say, "We ain't got no time for foolishness." Okay, and we are in a place where we have no time for foolishness. I also want to say that I am a third generation college graduate and very proud of that. My great great grandfather asked the neighboring farmer if his daughters were going to be educated. And he said, "I can't afford to feed my daughters." And my great great grandfather, Hugh Carr, said, "My daughters may not eat, but they will be educated." So that was the thing of education. Now, on the other side, my grandmother on my mother's side, from the Bahamas, she got a third grade education, and my grandfather was supposed to get a scholarship to Cambridge, but when they found out he was Black, that disappeared. So he was the first Black photographer on the boardwalk at Wildwood, New Jersey. So that's a little bit. Those are my disclosures, but my primary disclosure is that I am not a hematologist. I'm a general pediatrician who spent 30 years taking care of kids with sickle cell disease in the comprehensive sickle cell clinic. I had such a hard time. This morning, I'm like, taking out a slide, putting in a slide, because there's so much that I want to say to you. And I know I don't have time to say it all. That's why I'm watching my clock so I can skip forward to some of the most important things. But I really have the sense, and I talk about this all the time, is the fact that we're standing on the shoulders of our ancestors. And my father, Dr. Charles Whitten, I have both of my feet firmly planted on his shoulders. And I have to mention the fact that he started, in addition to his work with sickle cell disease, he instituted the first post-baccalaureate program because he felt he was privileged. His father died when he was 8, okay, but he felt he was privileged, and he thought that there were people, Black people, who could be doctors yet for their circumstances. And he went about changing those circumstances, giving support. You did an extra year. You had to agree not to work because you were given a stipend. And if you graduated from his program with a B average, you were guaranteed admission into Wayne State University College of Medicine. And Wayne State University College of Medicine graduated more Black doctors during his time of running the program than any other medical school besides Meharry, where he went when there was nowhere else to go, and Howard, where I went. And I actually turned down a full academic scholarship to the University of Michigan Medical School to go to Howard. And my father said, "Oh, good, Wanda," and started writing checks. And it was the single best, one of the most important decisions I ever made in my life. That's my dad. That's where I live, at the Sickle Cell Disease Association of America. I do have to mention my mother because she chaired the Department of Social Services under George Romney, and she did these things called coffee clatches, and she went and she talked to the young people. And I think one of the most significant, she was on the International Board for Planned Parenthood, but in addition to that, she was instrumental in changing the word illegitimate. You know how kids used to be called illegitimate, and they would say, "Ms. Whitten, our babies aren't illegitimate," to infants of unwed mothers. So so I had some big steps to follow, so I'm trying my best. And sometimes I take off my shoe and show people the size of my foot, but I'm working on it. I'm working on it. So there's my dad. He met with 4 presidents. I don't have the picture of Nixon. Can somebody get me to Kamala? Can somebody get me, I don't know, but that's a problem. That's me. I'm a proud graduate of the Detroit Public School System. I told my parents, how come I'm not at Roper and all these other places where these other doctors' kids are going? They said, "You're in the Detroit Public School System for a reason." And I learned the reason, and I know the reason, and I'm happy that that happened to me because it helped to form who I am. And that is my science project on sickle cell disease. And I got first place, didn't get a trophy, but I got that little card saying first place. And everybody thought my father did all the work, but I did the work. I answered all the questions. But the most important thing about this slide is that I made the outfit I have on in Miss Ayala's clothing class in Durfee Junior High School. So that was that. I want to talk to you about a lot of stuff. I'm not going to read this list. I'm not going to be able to talk to you about all of it. I'm still watching my time, 4 minutes so far. But the mission of the SCGAA Michigan chapter is to Our primary mission is to maximize the quality of life of individuals living with sickle cell disease. Another mission is to make sure that people who are at risk for having a child with sickle cell disease know that risk so that you don't have a child with sickle cell disease by accident, only by choice, knowing the challenges that you might face. So we're not trying to discourage anybody from having a child with sickle cell disease. We want to get rid of sickle cell disease with a cure, not by telling mothers to terminate pregnancies or any of that, even though we talk about that as choices. But one of the things, since we coordinate the newborn screening program for Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, we have our hands on every mother that has a baby born with sickle cell. And I used to be the one that would make the phone call, and the mother would almost 100% of the time tell me, that can't be, Dr. Shurney, because I have the trait, but the father doesn't. And I said, well, how do you know he doesn't have it? She said, well, I asked him. I was like, oh boy. And when you ask him, he didn't say, what is that? You know. So another mission is public education. So I gotta take a minute just to level set. We have a very eclectic audience. I just have to say a few things. Don't have to say that thing. We have a statewide program, and we basically do a health status assessment on every family. And we address all of the social determinants of health, and we come up with a plan and try to help people with sickle cell disease work through all of their concerns. Sickle cell disease has a fascinating history. In 1910, James Herrick described these peculiar and elongated sickle-shaped cells in an intelligent Negro of 20. That's what it says in the article, an intelligent Negro, as if you're gonna say the word Negro, you have to say the word intelligent, because the assumption would be that he wasn't. And this is Walter Clement Noel. He's from Grenada, and he moved to Chicago to go to dental school, and went back to Grenada and practiced dentistry. And so this is Linus Pauling, who described sickle cell disease as a molecular disease, but he also, in an article, said that people who had the trait should not be allowed to have children, and they should have a tattoo on their forehead so that people would know that. So thank you, Linus Pauling, for your contribution to science, and no thank you for your racist attitudes. And so then there was Vernon Ingram, okay? And he's the one that said, oh, it's a single amino acid. It's glutamic acid changed to valine, and that caused all the problems in sickle cell disease, a single point mutation, right? But we know for centuries we've known about sickle cell disease. It's been given names by different tribes. The top one means bone chewing, and they all have repetitive syllables that make you think that they know that it was something that kind of comes and goes, but as you'll see later, sometimes it doesn't go, it just comes. And, you know, sickle cell disease is a Black disease, okay? It's not just a Black disease, but it's a Black disease. In fact, this Black disease causes us lots of problems, right? But why is it in the United States where we don't, what happens is if you have sickle cell trait, it protects you from malaria. And so in places where malaria is a big problem, people with sickle cell trait are more likely to survive and have children. So you would say, well, we don't have malaria in the United States. Well, maybe a couple cases in Florida, but why do we have sickle cell disease in the United States? And whenever you see sickle cell disease in a place where you don't see malaria, it's because of migration, and in this case, it's the transatlantic slave trade. So we brought our sickle cell genes with us, me included. Well, I wasn't on the ship, but you know, we got our ancestors brought their genes with them on those ships, and I can't help but to think when I look at that picture on the right, on the bottom, that some of those people getting taken from their home and put on this boat and to go God knows where, other people speaking different languages, maybe somebody next to you died, or, you know, it's just, I can hardly, you know, think. And then I think about, what if one of those had sickle cell disease? You know, what if you're in the middle of a pain crisis, okay? And I always have to acknowledge the Black Panthers, because they were, you know, they're known for police brutality, but they had a lot to do with sickle cell awareness. So what is it? It's a blood disease. You have 3 kinds of blood cells. I'm gonna skip that. And your red blood cells travel through your body to deliver oxygen to all the different parts of your body. And sickle cell disease is a problem with hemoglobin, the red stuff that's inside the red blood cell. There are hundreds of unusual hemoglobins. Most of them don't cause problems, but if the unusual hemoglobin that you happen to inherit because of that mutation is hemoglobin S or hemoglobin C, then it can cause problems. And what happens is if your red blood cells have mostly normal hemoglobin in them, when they do their job to give off oxygen, they stay nice and round and soft and flexible. But if they have sickle or half sickle and half C, that's when they take on that shape. That's a half moon, that's a banana, and the third thing is a sickle. And when I'm doing my family education sessions, I'll ask a young man, what is that? And he'll say, that's an ice pick, that's a hook, and then a grandmother in the room will say, that's a sickle. So sickle cell disease is named after something that, there's a guy named Kyle Smith who started a foundation called the Crescent Cell Foundation. I think that's a much better name for sickle cell disease. And sometimes the kids say, Dr. Shurney, why didn't they just call it banana cell disease? But they didn't do that. But that's a sickle, and that's what a sickle is used for. And I always like to show, you can look at that smear. On the left, you can see that that's different, okay? But if you look at this electron microgram, a 6-year-old could tell you, I don't want that cell coursing through my body. It's very obvious. The picture's worth 1,000 words. And why not? Because of one problem is that they block blood vessels. That blocks the flow of oxygen. That's what causes the pain in sickle cell disease. And also, when your vital organs don't get enough oxygen, then they hurt. So you got organ damage, you got pain, okay? So this is a slide that I stole from Amar Zaidi. Just the red blood cells give off oxygen. They take on that sickle shape. There are changes on the wall of the blood vessel, and there's sticky proteins. The white blood cells come into play, everything, and then you got this big mess, this blockage, right? Okay. So another problem, though, that we have is that red blood cells with sickle hemoglobin in them don't last as long in the circulation. So they break down more rapidly. Instead of lasting 5 months, they might last about 2 weeks. That's what causes the anemia, and that's what causes the fatigue. And I used to be focused so much on pain because pain and the image I always have is a father watching his child in pain and wishing he could take that pain on himself, So, but as I followed Warriors over 30 years and kind of stayed in touch with them, and now at the SCDAA, I recognize that fatigue is a huge problem. Okay, so, and when the red blood cells break open, they release hemoglobin, and hemoglobin is toxic to your body. So the problems are blockage and breakdown. And it's much more complicated than that. I'm not going to try to explain all that. Some of it I don't understand myself, but there's a lot going on. And so researchers can look at things to try to help people with sickle cell disease. Very briefly, the health problems. One of the most important things about sickle cell disease is something called phenotypic heterogeneity, and that just means that everybody's different. So I always talk to families about snowflakes. Every snowflake is different. Don't get stuck on, oh, my child has the worst type of sickle cell. No, the worst type of sickle cell disease is when your child is sick, and we're going to try to do everything to try to maximize your child's life. And of course, because all the parts of your body need oxygen, then sickle cell disease affects every part of the body. It's a very complicated disease to take care of, both medically and psychosocially. So the spleen is a huge problem because it helps fight infection. And so that is, I want to go to the, so this germ, this strep pneumo germ, babies used to come to the emergency room dead on arrival, and they would say, what was the family doing when this kid was getting so sick? And they do the autopsy and find out the child had sickle cell disease and had pneumococcal sepsis. And it wasn't that the family was neglectful, it was it happened so fast, right? And so on June 19th, in 1986, Marilyn Gaston, another hero in sickle cell disease, published an article that proved that giving penicillin twice a day would decrease baby deaths in babies with sickle cell disease. So now we had an intervention, and on July 1, 1987, we started newborn screening in Michigan, and now every state in the country has newborn screening for sickle cell disease. And we give talks and talk to the parents and bring them in and educate them about the genetics and the risk of having another baby with sickle cell disease. So pain again is loud, but organ damage is silent. And I have to talk about Dr. Wally Smith, who's an internal medicine doc that's an expert in sickle cell disease, and he's famous for the Pisces study. And one of the problems with sickle cell disease, only one of the problems, is that when doctors see a patient with sickle cell disease, they're seeing the tip of the iceberg. They're seeing patients in the emergency room. They're seeing patients in the inpatient setting. It's not until you see them in the outpatient setting when they're doing well that you fall in love with these families and actually recognize how rewarding it is to take care of a family with sickle cell disease. But if you're in the emergency room getting poor care, laying on a stretcher, maybe you finally got your first dose of opioids, so you're a little high, you might be a little loose, you might be ready to curse somebody out who deserves to be cursed out. Those are the patients that the doctors are seeing. They're not seeing the patients that I'm seeing. So what's going on. And the other thing that happens is that because patients are so afraid, or sickle cell patients frequently refer to themselves as warriors, and I think appropriately so, because they're definitely fighting a battle. And what warriors don't go to the emergency room, like Lakia Bailey says, it's like making a decision between dignity and death. Because if you think you're going to die, then you have to swallow your pride and go to the emergency room, and good chance that you're not going to be treated well. The other thing that Wally Smith came up with helped us to understand that about 30% of individuals living with sickle cell disease have pain every day. 30% of adults living with sickle cell disease have pain every day. And how are we treating it? With chronic opioids. Is that the best way to treat it? Absolutely not. So we have to fix that. And the other thing that Wally is famous for is, how do you spell relief? TRUST, and I think that's a huge problem in the sickle cell community, is because they don't trust anybody. They think that they're guinea pigs and that everybody's trying to experiment on them. So we have lung problems. We have the yellow jaundice, which makes you readily identifiable. We have problems with the joints. We have problems with the eyes. If you have a blocked blood vessel in your brain, that's a stroke. That's the scariest thing that I talk to families about. And then we have these horrible leg ulcers. And so the difference between sickle cell trait and sickle cell disease is that in sickle cell trait, you have more normal hemoglobin than sickle hemoglobin in every cell. So what does that mean? That sickle cell trait is not a disease, it's a condition, and there are a lot of myths, and there's some things I could tell you about sickle cell trait that I really don't have time to tell you, and I'm at 15 minutes. Okay, so we're getting to the good news, okay, that we can diagnose sickle cell disease before the baby is born. And then we can help the mother to make a decision about what she wants to do with her pregnancy. We can do pre-implantation genetic diagnosis. Wow, what? A lot of families say, isn't that like playing God? But we get some sperm from the father and eggs from the mother, and we put them in a petri dish and we grow embryos, and then we only reimplant the embryos that don't have sickle cell disease, that might have sickle cell trait or be normal. And so if you're rich and famous, then you can do that. But if not, it's kind of hard because we know about access to care. So, I want to talk about why the sickle cell community is getting so much attention now. And part of that has to do with the Orphan Drug Act, where an orphan disease is a disease that has 200,000 people or less, and we have approximately 100,000. We think more than that. We're still trying to develop registries and all of that. But pharmaceutical companies were given advantages. They could get tax breaks, they could get accelerated approval of their drugs. And that's when money started flowing into the sickle cell community. When my father was working in the sickle cell community, there was no money. And now that there's money, there's people, because people follow the money. One of the problems with sickle cell disease is that we have a high Medicaid population, and Medicaid pays low and slow. And there are a lot of doctors that refuse to see Medicaid patients. So that's a part of our problem. But in terms of the good news, for a while, we only had one disease-modifying therapy. We could do blood transfusions, but only one disease-modifying medication, and that was hydroxyurea. And hydroxyurea is a repurposed cancer drug. So people were afraid to take it. I don't have cancer. I'm not going to take that toxin. I don't trust you guys. I don't want to be a guinea pig. And so we had a lot of trouble. And then we had the issue, we got 3 new drugs, okay? And when the newer drugs came out that were specifically designed for sickle cell warriors, then the problem became that they want you to fail hydroxyurea, because hydroxyurea is cheap. New medications are expensive. They want you to fail hydroxyurea before you could get the other treatment. And so that was one of our huge successes in Michigan. In talking to the Pharmacy and Therapeutics Committee, I was able to get rid of step therapy for our patients so they could go straight to a medication that they were willing to take. And then another thing, you all can't clap too much because I got a whole lot to say. I can't waste any time. I can't waste no time with clapping. No time for foolishness. Okay. So, but I also want to tell you that we got bone marrow transplant, and now we have a genetic cure for sickle cell disease. So, my goodness. Oh, there you go, clapping again. Okay. So I just, when I was at Howard University in 1983, they talked about, go Bisons. They talked about, this is a single point mutation. We're going to cure this disease in 5 years. That was 1983. So now we have a genetic cure. Couple of problems. The preparative regimen, it's a bone marrow transplant using your own bone marrow, which has been genetically modified. So we go to the supermarket and we say GMO, non-GMO. We don't want to eat genetically modified food, but now we're genetically modifying people. That's scary, especially for people that think they're guinea pigs, right? And then the other thing is that in order to give you the new modified bone marrow, we have to get rid of your bone marrow, the diseased bone marrow, okay? And we use busulfan to do that. It makes you sterile, and it puts you at risk for cancer later on. Okay, so that's a huge conversation to try to have with a family about whether they should actually go through gene therapy, which costs between $2 and $3 million just for the drug to modify the marrow. Doesn't have anything to do with the preparative regimen or staying in the hospital and all that. So it's a very difficult conversation to have. And I just have to always show this picture. This is a smear before hydroxyurea and after hydroxyurea. So you've seen that this is your brain brain on drugs. Any questions? I try to get, or I tell people I'm a drug pusher, and the drug I push is hydroxyurea because it's been around for over 20 years, and it's been life-changing for people with sickle cell. And I also talk to them about 20 minutes. I also talk to them about how rigorous it is to get a medication FDA approved. So I want to make sure they know we have in phase 0 studies, that's in guinea pigs. So we have guinea pigs, you're not the guinea pig, okay? So I already mentioned the Cure Sickle Cell Initiative. And I also just want to mention that part of the good news is that there are so many pipeline drugs. There's so many drug companies that are interested. I failed to mention in the slide with the 3 new drugs is that one of them was voluntarily pulled off of the market. It's called Oxbryta, and that's a huge problem. And the community was really devastated because there were so many people that were doing well on that medication, but it got pulled, and the way that it got pulled was a little problematic. So advocacy is to change what is into what should be. So we've really been working on that. Some lessons that I've learned, you have to have a champion. And sometimes the way to get a champion is because they know somebody that has sickle cell. Everybody knows somebody that has breast cancer, but to really get committed, sometimes it takes that. So Ronnie Peterson had a nephew that had sickle cell disease. He became our champion. One of the most important things I ever did was to hire a lobbyist. And I put that nurses right in the middle because nurses. There are a lot of nurses in the room, right? Yes. Because the kind of care you're going to get as a sickle cell warrior is highly dependent on the nurse that sees you, And, in terms of advocacy, warriors call me. I got 2 calls while I was sitting there about being in the emergency room and being mistreated, And what I'll say is, get me the nurse, And if the nurse will talk to me, then I say, do you have any children? Are you thinking about this patient as if he could be he's somebody's child? And a lot of times I can get things moving. Don't have much luck with talking to doctors. And I'm a doctor, but anyway, so we have Advocacy Day every other year. We go to Lansing, and legislators really want to hear the stories. They want to hear the stories from the patients, so we give them a chance to tell their story and what's going on. One of the things that we got passed was a bill for a sickle cell awareness license plate. So we will be the 3rd state in the country that has a sickle cell awareness license plate. And, one of the things that I say is that people don't know much about sickle cell disease, and frequently what they do know is wrong. So we just need to make people more aware it still exists. Everybody doesn't die by the time they're 21, and healthcare disparity is a huge problem. And now this is something that's really important. Implicit bias training. What? I don't know about that. I really don't. I feel like, did you all see the movie 42? Jackie Robinson? Did you see when he comes out and they start screaming the N-word and, all that? And then this guy's son is sitting next to him. And he's looking around like, what are you guys doing? What is this all about? And then he just starts doing the same thing because that's what his father was doing. So I don't know. I guess the real cure for systemic racism is to take racist people out of their homes at birth, their babies, and put them in foster care with people who aren't racist. Because it's taught. I don't know how to do that. I don't know how to get rid of that. Okay, I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't know. Okay, so instead of focusing on what you think about us, let's focus on how you take care of us, you know? And so we have a bill that is going to require that Medicaid, when you're using Medicaid, that you have to give a certain standard of care to individuals living with sickle cell disease, or else you're not going to get paid. You know, money talks and you know what walks, right? Okay, so that's the Senate bill that we have now. And then one of the biggest things that happened was that I got invited to speak to, well, actually, I applied to be on Governor Whitmer's task force for healthcare disparity. And I didn't make the cut, but I was given the opportunity to talk to a subcommittee of that task force. And when they heard me talk, they gave me the opportunity to speak to the entire task force. And when I did that, then Governor Whitmer said, hello, you know, it's like healthcare disparity. I was just talking with the board member here. Who knew there was healthcare disparity until COVID? Like, that's when it first happened, right? It was during COVID, right? And so, but, you know, to her credit, she wanted to do something about healthcare disparity, and she said, let's do it with sickle cell disease. And so she gave us about $15 million. And one of the things that she did was to allow Children's Special Healthcare Services, which is a supplemental insurance, I'm in Michigan, and so to cover people with sickle cell disease across the lifespan, you know, when it was already that way for cystic fibrosis and hemophilia. So that was a change, and that made a huge difference. And she also gave us $5 million in seed money to start what is going to be called the Charles F. Whitten Center of Excellence. It's going to be in the Henry Ford Health System. And because when you turn 18 and you have sickle cell disease, your whole life changes. And you're probably going to just fall off of that bridge. So we're trying to do something about that. So I just, we're going to have multidisciplinary services. Just my father started a clinic at Children's Hospital because he saw that kids with sickle cell weren't getting the same multidisciplinary care that kids with cancer were getting. So he started the comprehensive clinic, and full-time social worker, full-time mental health professional, general pediatrician. And so you got your specialized sickle cell care and your hematology care all in one place. And so that was really, really helpful. And so we're going to have a same-day treatment center so that if you're having an uncomplicated sickle cell pain episode, you can go in and get your IV started by someone who knows how to start an IV. One of the first things on my budget was an ultrasound vein finder, you know, and then you can get the fluids that you need, and you can get the doses of narcotics that you need. That I had a mother come up and tell me, Dr. Shurney, you made my child drug dependent, not a drug addict, but drug dependent. And that was really true. So we have a anesthesiologist who's really interested in alternative treatments for chronic pain to try to wean people down off of these high levels of narcotics that they're on. So one of the things that I thought was important is that because it's so difficult to get people to take care of patients with sickle cell disease, that we have to get them to help them take better care of themselves, and we have to turn them into the kind of patients that doctors want to take care of. So, you know, a lot of toolkits are just words. Our toolkit has some tools, a backpack, a water bottle, a blanket, a tool sorter. You see all the things up there. But what's most important is that our community health workers sit down with the warrior and they teach them how to get into their patient portal, learn what kind of sickle cell disease they have, what their baseline hemoglobin is, so that when the doctor asks you about your medication, you ought to take a little blue pill. You know, it's like, don't tell me about the color of a pill. The only blue pill I know is the one you all know. I don't know what other color, you know, so don't know. You need to know what medication, why you're taking it, and how much you're taking and how often you take it, so that you can go in and be activated and informed and a part of family-centered care. So I think this is the exact same slide as Dr. Canady, but yeah, we're just trying to help folks to go from adolescence to adulthood. I'm not going to talk about him. You know, I had a slide, something happened this morning. I had a slide that, 28 minutes, I had a slide that said, people don't use, what I would say with the slide is that people don't use Webster's Dictionary anymore. Everybody Googles everything. So I have a slide, somewhere it's gone, that said, if you Google healthcare disparity, what you'll see, what should come up, is a picture of a white woman with cystic fibrosis and a picture of a black man with sickle cell disease, you know? And the fact that he's a black man and the fact that he has sickle cell disease and she's a white woman and she has cystic fibrosis is just huge because of systemic racism and just because of the way individuals living with sickle cell disease are perceived. So, and there's the slide. Wow. And there is the black man and the white woman. Okay, they just got a little out of order. I guess because I was trying to tell you that I told you I was doing this at 6 o'clock this morning. I was rearranged and stuff. But because we have a walk every September, and this September, the theme of our walk was walking into a brighter future. So that is why, because of all that stuff that's going on. And there is the black man and the white woman. And there is the other part of it, the amount of money that is spent. If you look, this is a slide from 2006, and you can see that on an individual basis, 9 times the funding for cystic fibrosis, even though they only have the third of the number of patients. And you might say, okay, that was 2006. Well, this is 2018, same thing going on. Still more money. At that time, cystic fibrosis had 4 drugs. All we had was hydroxyurea, a repurposed cancer drug. So the challenges that our patients face, young people don't know their trait status. I mentioned that for 20 years, only one disease-modifying therapy. We don't have a universal cure. Everybody is not going to take that cure. It's, we need something that's safe and effective. The whole idea that our warriors are referred to as sicklers, and people will say, I have sickle cell disease. Sickle cell disease doesn't have me. And when they go to the emergency room, even though the hallmark of sickle cell disease is excruciating pain, they get labeled as drug seeking. Okay, we have a lack of providers. We're trying to do something about that. Talking to medical students and trying to get them interested in sickle cell care very early on in their careers. Again, I said we have an 80% Medicaid population and limited healthcare resources. And we're going to have a full-time healthcare professional in the Charles F. Whitten Center. And I think a lot of sickle cell warriors have PTSD, and I know that the incidence of depression is underestimated in people living with sickle cell disease. This is Shirley Miller. She waited until she turned 30 to start her life because all she heard was, you're going to die, you're going to die. So she said, well, what the heck? I'm going to die. She woke up and she was 30 and she got a master's degree. And now she's working for a pharmaceutical company. And this is Hertz Nazaire, and he is a famous artist that died about a year ago. I had the privilege of speaking at his memorial service. That picture on the left is 10 redefined, because sickle cell warriors hate to hear what's your pain scale on 1 to 10. And then the other one is hope, reaching for the normal cell. That's what our warriors are doing. They're reaching for that normal cell. I wish I had time to say more about Tiana. I will say she went through a bone marrow transplant. It didn't work. It rendered her infertile, and she found that she could find fertility preservation grants for people with sickle cell, for cancer, but not with sickle cell. So she just started an organization, and she's already provided fertility preservation for sickle cell warriors who are undergoing gene therapy. Tiana Wolford, she's amazing. And, I kind of want to leave you with a couple of things. One is, and I'm trying to do this myself, but man, you have to take care of yourself. Please, please take care of yourself, because if you don't, then you can't take care of anybody else. And I want to say that June 19th is World Sickle Cell Day, and June 19th is Juneteenth. And I think most of you know the significance of June 19th, or Juneteenth. And then on June 19th, that paper was written that literally increased the lifespan of individuals living with sickle cell disease, because penicillin is life-saving. And June 19th is my birthday. So I was born on, no clapping, don't have time for clapping, it's 33. So that's my dad and that's me, and I'm just trying to make a difference. There's crazy things going on in the world. I truly believe I was put here to try to do something about sickle cell, and that's what I'm trying to do. And that's it. I think I left a couple minutes for questions. Does anybody have any questions? Did I just totally overwhelm you? Or?
We have one over here.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you so much. My name is Darla Bishop. I'm on the board, and I just wanted to ask you, have you seen some of the latest research that talks about the time, I work for a payer, full disclosure, the time to first opioid and how much cost reduction that shows. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Well, I'll tell you a little bit more about that. You know, payers are not interested in cost savings. They want to get rid of upfront costs, you know, but okay, so that's a problem. But, you know, we're really working on that and trying to get our warriors labeled as 2+, so that only person that comes in ahead of them is somebody in a car accident or asthma where they can't breathe. But part of the problem is, and there's a really good, the head of the emergency room at Detroit Receiving Hospital is a good man, you know, and they put all these guidelines in place. But if you have a 50-bed ER and you got 80 patients, you know, somebody's going to be laying on a stretcher. And most likely it's going to be somebody living with sickle cell disease. So, you know, that and the other thing is that people are afraid. ER docs are not aware of the kind of tolerance. We've been giving these patients, that's all we had, giving these patients opioids forever. And so they're scared to give them the dose that they need. And when you come in and say, I need this much Dilaudid, I need it this way, I needed this, oh, you're a drug seeker, you know. So that's, but that whole idea of trying to do something about the time, like giving opioids in the waiting room, you know, that kind of thing. Those are all the kinds of things. The National Alliance of Sickle Cell Centers is really working hard on coming up with quality measures and trying to see that, you know, because the other thing is that I think some transplanters, bone marrow transplanters, thank you. Some bone marrow transplanters see this genetic cure as a shiny new object. And they're like, oh, okay, we don't know a doggone thing about sickle cell, but we're going to do some transplants. And so we're really trying to make sure that you have to be a certified place and that you have a sickle cell specialist that knows how to take care of you before and after the transplant. So I kind of a little bit answered your question, but I only had the 2 minutes. I had to get in that shiny new object thing that I had forgotten. And do we get one more question? And that lets me go on and talk about something
Do we have
else I
one
wanna
more?
talk
Do we have time for one more?
Okay.
Okay, one more.
I'd like to ask, is there a holistic approach to the cure, to the medicine? There was a woman here, Shahida El-Amin, and she was one of the longest living sickle cell people that I've ever known.
Okay.
And her thing was holistic. So
Right.
I want to know, is that component being presented to the community and
That-
how that affects us as Black people?
That is absolutely something that is getting a lot more attention now, something that I pay a lot of attention to. When we have our adult support group, they all talk about the holistic things. You know, part of the problem is that there are not double-blinded placebo-controlled studies. And so some doctors just say, I don't know enough about that. I always tell patients to disclose everything that you're using to your doctor. But we at the convention, at the SCGAA annual convention, we always have a number of conversations about alternative, and I shouldn't say alternative, I should say complementary treatments that really work for a lot of patients. Just improving your diet can really have a huge impact, and warriors talk a lot about that. So thank you for that question. Okay, I think I'm done. All right.
Next, we have a young lady, my friend and fellow Spartan. Go Green. She is the director of healthcare of the Michigan Market Ecosystem for Genentech, a member of the Roche Group. She is a dedicated and committed champion for DEI, community health, and eliminating disparities in healthcare. She is a voice for change and has no issues challenging the status quo. Nancy Reed.
Thank you, my fellow Spartan. So this is an introduction to someone. It is my honor to introduce someone who has not only touched my heart, but has also inspired countless others with his extraordinary journey. When I first met Dr. Russell J. Leday at a Genentech company event, I was moved to tears. And there's an unflattering picture roaming around Genentech that is proof of that. His passion, his boundless compassion, and his story is a testament to the incredible heights one can reach with determination, and a selfless commitment to others. Dr. Ledet hails from Lake Charles, Louisiana. He began his professional journey serving in the U.S. Navy, where his leadership and tenacity earned him multiple Navy Achievement Medals. After active duty service, Dr. Ledet transitioned to the USN Reserves in Pensacola, Florida, while also attending Southern University and A&M College, pursuing a bachelor's degree in not just chemistry, but biology as well. He was not done. His insatiable curiosity led him to obtain a PhD in molecular oncology and tumor immunology from the NYU School of Medicine. His groundbreaking research on prostate cancer biology and therapeutic development was recognized by the Ford Foundation, the National Institutes of Health, and the Howard Hughes Medical Institute, and published in Nature Communications. But perhaps the most inspiring is Dr. Ledet's dedication to uplifting others. During his medical training at Tulane School of Medicine and the Freeman School of Business, he co-founded the 15 White Coats. This world-renowned organization propels underrepresented minority students to higher levels of education by providing inspiration and financial support. Through powerful imagery and storytelling, the 15 White Coats have ignited hope and shattered stereotypes, impacting lives across the globe. This transformative work has been featured on CNN, MSNBC, NPR, the list goes on, Steve Harvey Show, Good Morning America, Kelly Clarkson Show. Currently, Dr. Ledet is in a triple board residency program in pediatrics, general psychiatry, and child and adolescent psychiatry at Indiana University. We're not going to hold that against him, even though their football team's doing very well right now. He is deeply committed to improving mental health accessibility for marginalized communities, a mission that reflects his lifelong dedication to service. He is a loving husband to Mallory Elise and a devoted father to their two beautiful daughters. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Russell J. Ledet in his authentic self.
Yeah, it's party time. Good afternoon, family. How y'all doing? Okay, Nancy, appreciate you. She got all the stuff that y'all need to know that I'm qualified to stand up here. Because I know some of y'all thinking, why in the hell is he dressed like that? I know y'all dressed, I know that's what y'all thinking. So I'm glad, when people come up and talk about all these academic things that I've done. Because, for some people, they need that validation to think this black man know what he's talking about. I know what I'm talking about, though. Like, I'm very smart. Yeah. I'm going to start off with a poem. Why is he dressed like that? So turn on your ears, open up your heart, and I'm a psychiatrist, so close your eyes, okay? Why he dressed like that? They ask, as he steps into the room. White coat tossed aside, fresh kicks and pride, a presence that consumes, not wrapped in starch perfection, not fitted to their mold. But brilliance isn't bound by seams. It's not defined by clothes. He's shifting what a doctor looks like, not just in form, but soul. Authenticity in every step, making whole the fractured whole. If brilliance needs a hoodie or an accent with some flair, then brilliance wears it proudly because brilliance is right there. To those who need their doctor straight, pressed, buttoned, fit, prim, he offers more, a deeper view, and meets them where they've been. to show the youth and the patient too that doctors come as all, that skill and care are measured not by a suit or a coat's white wall. Why he dressed like that, you wonder? Well, ask him and you'll see. He's bringing all of who he is. And that is what we need to be. Ashe. So, why he dressed like that came from this picture. This picture was taken about a couple days ago. Actually, it was taken on Wednesday. I was at the Indianapolis Foundation event. They had me on the stage. I'm fresh off work. Just finished dealing with a suicidal teen. And I put a fitted hat on because I hadn't got my dreads taken care of yet. But also, I look fly, so why does it even matter? And I had some fresh J's on. You know, Apple Watch was charged. Had my wedding ring on, so I ain't got to worry about no problems. You know, but you know what I also had? 10 years United States Navy veteran, an MD, a PhD, an MBA. Raised over $1 million for a nonprofit to make more Black doctors. So there's the things you can't see, and there's the things that you can't see, right? And this lady in the crowd got the nerve to say why he dressed like that. And she followed me on Instagram. I'm like, listen, if you follow me on Instagram, then you already know I'm a problem on a regular basis. I'm not gonna sound like no doctor. I'm not gonna act like no doctor. I'm not gonna look like no doctor. I'm not gonna do none of that. But I am a doctor. Full and wholeheartedly. I love taking care of my patients. It's my favorite thing to do every day. My daughter sees me wake up at 5, 6 o'clock in the morning every morning. I still study my Anki cards like I don't have nothing else to do. I take my dog outside, I got my phone out, and I'm flipping through Anki cards because I love taking care of people. It's the one thing that I was built to do. My grandmother used to tell me, rest her soul, she couldn't read or write, but she told me one thing that I'll never forget. She said, don't worry about money. She said, focus on people. She said, having a relationship with people is the most valuable thing you can have. She used to take a pot of red beans and feed a whole entire community. And I don't know how the hell she made that stretch. But if you know, you know. So, my bad. I know the title of the talk was supposed to be struggle, but I went to church on Sunday. And the pastor preached about strange blessings. He said that there are times when things that happen in your life that don't appear to be of God. But you could clearly see the blessing. And what you realize is that your vision is off. That's why you couldn't recognize God. I would be willing to say that more often than not, it's not that my vision is off, people's vision is off. I done did everything academia asked me to do. Everything. HHMI, NIH, Nature, you name it. Graduated Alpha Omega Alpha. I done did everything. Every time I get an eval, the first thing they say is, this look like an attending eval. When I was an intern, that was the response. Why? Here's why. My grandmother taught me, just take care of people. The first component of being a good physician is humanity. It is like being able to connect with people. Yeah, you can have all this intelligence up here, but if you can't download it and put it in a palpable form, then you're wasting your time. And you're not that good of a doctor. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. You just not. Like you just not. You know? And so I think that's where a lot of this comes from. So I ended up changing the title to Boldness at Paramount. And I'm gonna take you all on a little bit of a journey. Some of y'all might cry. Some of y'all gonna be pissed by the time this is over. But no matter what, I take photos with anybody outside. Just tag me when you do it. Okay? So I got some disclosures. Some people that gave me some money. That's right. Thank the Lord. Genentech. Shout out to Genentech. The 15 white coats. Let me tell y'all something. There are a lot of pharma companies that came to us talking about supporting the 15 white coats. And more than often, we told them no. Then we met this lady named Rachel Israel. If you know Rachel, you know Rachel. And if you don't know Rachel, that's your problem. You should. But she's the most authentic, God-fearing woman I have ever met in my life, aside from my wife and my grandmother, and my mama, and whoever I forgot. And the 15 White Coats has undergirded a lot of the work that the 15 White Coats has been able to do. Like, Genentech has really, really, really believed in us in ways that I don't have enough time to talk to y'all about. The other people is Johnson & Johnson. Johnson & Johnson, my work was in prostate cancer, specifically castration-resistant prostate cancer when I was getting my PhD. And for the life of me, I just wanted to break down from a psychiatry perspective and really from a mental health perspective, like, why is this conversation around somebody putting a lube finger, up your butt such a hard thing for men to get over, especially black men? There's a component of it that's homophobia. Let's keep it real. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. Listen, the one thing you're gonna get from me, I'm gonna keep it real with you. There's a component of it that's homophobia. And there's a component of it is that nobody ever stopped to explain it to them. Nobody. Watch this. What does kindness sound like to a black man? Y'all know what's crazy? Everybody in here can close their eyes and I say orange prison jumpsuit and everybody in the room can imagine a black man. So subconsciously, we don't have a reason to be kind to a black man. So why would we have a conversation with them about something that, the family gonna deal with it at the funeral? We don't wanna go down that road. Nevertheless, Johnson & Johnson then pulled me in. They gave me some money to get my dog some food. So this brilliant queen, Maya Angelou, brilliant queen. I mean, like, if you think about people who literally, they did their job, they did what God called them to do, I think she one of them. I think she up there. She said courage is the most important of all virtues. Because without courage, you can't practice any other virtue consistently. You're gonna lie, you're gonna cheat, you're gonna steal, you're gonna be slithery, but you gotta have courage. The basis for courage a lot of times is where's your morality at? And are you gonna hold to it in environments that black folks always in when everybody else suggesting something that they know is harmful to the black community? Are you gonna have courage to be like, hell no, we ain't doing that? The answer is no. I'm gonna go set this place on fire. I'm going on Instagram, LinkedIn, everywhere. I might lose my job, but we ain't about to sit up here and put a highway through a community. We just not doing that. I told somebody the other day, we need a few more courageous people who gonna get in some trouble, some good trouble, as my frat brother would say. Go mad. So there's this. Oftentimes we love to talk about Martin Luther King, don't we? We like talking about Martin Luther King because Martin Luther King was a good Negro. Or at least that's the way white people see it. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you. It's palpable. It feels good until you hear this.
What is it about the Negro? Every other group that came as an immigrant somehow, not easily, but somehow got around it. Is it just the fact that Negroes are black?
White America must see that no other ethnic group has been a slave on American soil. That is one thing that other immigrant groups haven't had to face. The other thing is that the color became a stigma. American society made the Negro's color a stigma. America freed the slaves in 1863 through the Emancipation Proclamation of Abraham Lincoln, but gave the slaves no land or nothing in reality, and as a matter of fact, to get started on. At the same time, America was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that there was a willingness to give the white peasants from Europe an economic base. and yet it refused to give its black peasants from Africa who came here involuntarily in chains and had worked free for 244 years any kind of economic base. And so emancipation for the Negro was really freedom to hunger. It was freedom to the winds and rains of heaven. It was freedom without food to eat or land to cultivate, and therefore it was freedom and famine at the same time. And when white Americans tell the Negro to lift himself by his own bootstraps, they don't look over the legacy of slavery and segregation. I believe we ought to do all we can and seek to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps. But it's a cruel jest to say to a bootless man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. And many Negroes, by the thousands and millions, have been left bootless as a result of all of these years of oppression and as a result of a society that deliberately made his color a stigma and something worthless and degrading.
So I'm gonna go ahead and prepare all the white folks in the room. I'm about to get off in y'all behind right now. Okay? Of all the forms of inequality, injustice in health is the most shocking and the most inhuman because it often results in physical death. Now, why did I say I'm about to get off in the folks in the room who ain't got that much melanin? Here's why. You know what make it hard for a lot of black folks to be bold in the room? Because y'all ain't bold. I'm gonna keep it real with you. I don't need an ally. I don't need an ally. I need a disruptor. I need somebody who come in the room and create problems on day one. You already know you can't talk about Joe with me in the room because I'm gonna say something crazy to you. I'm gonna say something crazy to you and you can't fire me because we both white. So I could talk crazy to you because we both white. And I need you to do that because people's lives are on the line. You want black folks who come from so much systemic suppression, inequality and oppression, economically, physically, environmentally. Let's talk about economics again, because without money, you can't do nothing. Right? Y'all want us to say something crazy in the room? Come on, JoJo, go ahead and say what you was thinking. No, why don't you say what I was thinking first? Then I'm gonna back you up. Because if you say it, they're gonna accept it more. So Nancy, I need you to show up. And I don't need you in a dashiki. I really don't. I just need you in the room to create problems with me. Don't let me be the only person in the room, the angry black woman or the angry black man creating problems. No, create problems with me. Because I know you see the same inequities as me. And when we in a room by ourselves, you be like, yeah, girl. Then we get in this room, you like, Because you got cash that I don't. Let's just keep it a buck. We know when you in the room and you say something, they not going to fire you. Because Jimmy, they homeboy. So I need you to lean into that. And you got that extra equity that I don't. They fire me and they ain't going to create no headline. They fire you, well, they worried about some other things. So I need you to show up. And let me tell you something. You can't show up uneducated. Y'all got access to the same books we do. Don't tell me, oh, I'm worried about equity. Go read Legacy by Uche Blackstock. Go read Medical Apartheid by Harriet Washington. Go read The Miseducation of the Negro by Carter G. Woodson. Go read, just come on, go read. Go watch 13 by Michelle Alexander. Don't sit up here and tell me you support me and then we can't have no conversation about the thing you're trying to support me on, because you lying. And it just sounds good, because you trying to get a promotion. I'm just keeping it a buck. And oftentimes, the biggest problem I have is some of my colleagues be like, yo, I'm all on this equity thing. I'm like, yeah, bro, because it's going to benefit you to get this new job or this new promotion. And meanwhile, I'm going to be sitting here like, yo, that was my idea. So don't piggyback on my idea. Don't leverage my idea as your stepping stool. Let's collaborate on this thing. I'm sure there's some things that you can bring to the table that I don't know nothing about. Ways things can be said to make these people swallow it or whatever. But don't hijack, because that's what they've been doing since day one. Y'all really need me to give y'all some examples like Elvis? Or Henrietta Lacks? Do I have to keep going? Or Tuskegee? Do I really have to keep going? We didn't have enough opportunities for marginalized communities to be taken advantage of. It's time for y'all to do y'all part. And if you ain't gonna do your part, quit your damn job. Because at the end of the day, whether you realize it or not, it's funerals being created because you ain't doing your job right. And I'm going to say it with my whole chest because I ain't got nothing to lose. I'm going to keep it real with you. I've been broke all my life. If you send me back to brokenness, we just going to turn up in the hood. That's just what we do. Hey, that's what we do. Y'all must not know. In New Orleans, when a hurricane come, we have a party. You need to know that. Ain't nobody stretching out here. We good. We can turn up on a regular basis where I'm from. So, hold on, bro. I know you're excited, but wait. There's a film. It's short. It's like 10 minutes. We're going to watch it real quick. Most of it, you may think is about me, but it's not. This is that boldness in action. I'm not asking you to be me. Everybody ain't called to do the same thing. But in whatever space you in, I'm going to need you to be you. And balance that with absolute, utter brilliance. You know why they can't get rid of me? Because I'm brilliant. And I can say it with my whole chest. I done did everything. And y'all got the same capability to do the exact same thing in whatever sector you in. To create value, add value to where, like, when you come to Renee, like, bro, I don't like how he be saying stuff crazy, but also if he don't do it, then we only have the ideas. We need him in the room. Which means you gotta go home and study. Now, I'm a physician, and as this dear queen right here know, we just study. That's just what we do. She way more elder than me and still studying, still learning the game, still learning sickle cell and how to make things better. But you gotta keep on learning. You gotta be a lifelong learner. I think in general, doctors are addicted to learning, which ain't a bad thing. I mean, it probably leads to us burning out faster. Well, but we are addicted to education. The one thing I can guarantee you a doctor don't like is looking stupid. They don't. They don't. And hopefully, most of them know how to ask for help. If I don't know something and I'm managing a patient who's way past my level of expertise with regards to sickle cell, I'm gonna call her. Right? But I'm not coming to her with a blank slate. Hey, here's what I thought. Here's where the patient is with regards to like hydroxyurea management. What else can we do? So I'm gonna need you to go home and do your work. You can't read one book a year and expect to be smart. I'm sorry, you just can't. And I know some people gonna hate me for this. Audiobooks don't do it. Look, she turning her head because she hate that I said it. But here's the other thing. A lot of y'all in this room are parents. If your kids don't see you reading, don't expect them to read. And if they don't read well, don't expect them to have a high literacy rate. And if they don't have a high literacy rate, don't expect them to get a high paying job. Take it for what it is. Do with that what you want. I'm just keeping it real with you. The two things that kids struggle with is reading and what else? Thank you. Why? What they parents do when they come out of the mouth. I can't help you with that. Why? Because you don't sit down and count no numbers.
I don't come from a community that regularly produces doctors, lawyers, Wall Street executives, and the like. As the artist Lil Baby put it, we usually get it out the mud. What does that mean? It means we rarely have the bare necessities to aspire beyond the casino, the retail, and the chemical plant work, yet we still rise to the occasion. It means we have to scratch and claw for the bare minimum in every area, whether it's education, economics, healthy foods, and every other social determinant of health. Moreover, it's been that way for a very long time. Essentially, we are bootless, yet told to pull ourselves up by our own bootstraps as Dr. Martin Luther King put it on June 11, 1967, in the special After Civil Rights, Black Power. You see, I am from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Why is where I'm from so crucial? Medicine lacks the perspective of folks from Lake Charles, Louisiana. Medicine also lacks the perspective of folks from the lower Ninth Ward of New Orleans, the south side of Chicago, Perry Farms in southeast Washington, D.C., South Central LA, the Fifth Ward of Houston, Texas. I think you get my drift. The neighborhoods we come from don't have a loud voice in medicine. As a result, medical school classes aren't nearly as diverse as claimed to be. Consequently, that lack of diversity contributes to the problem of patient-physician cultural and racial discordance in minority communities. I'm one of the first ones from where I'm from to make it this far, and it's been as hard as you can imagine, and then some. As one would expect, my community is beyond proud of me. Yet the community also has an expectation for me. My grandmother would always tell me, young man, no matter how far you go in life, don't you ever forget where you came from. I interpreted that in two ways. First, I needed to keep my cultural identity that I came from intact no matter where my feet made footprints. Secondly, there was a debt I owed my community to be a force for change and actually present in that same community. I promised my grandmother and my community that I would represent them no matter where I went. I promised I would come back. And lastly, I promised I would tell our story our way. When it was time for me to write a personal statement for residency applications, I nearly crumbled. That's quite strange taking into account all that I have accomplished. I'm a 10-year United States Navy veteran. I got 2 degrees from Southern University. A Howard Hughes funded NYU trained cancer scientist. Graduating Tulane trained physician. The co-founder of a nationally recognized nonprofit, the 15 White Coats. Lest we forget, I'm also happily married, and I have 2 beautiful children. I should have a ton to discuss, yet I had some real soul searching to do. I had to ask some hard questions like, who are you really doing all of this for? And why do you need to do this? Haven't you done enough already? Is what you are going to write going to impress program directors? One of my closest mentors, Dr. Adira Landry, forced me to answer a tough question. Who is this really for? She told me. When you figure that out, write to them and let everyone else read it. I realized I was in a unique place. I chose to speak to that little black boy I was as a child. Ultimately, I wrote an origin story, something Lake Charles will be proud of and something medicine needs. Here is my origin story.
I'm becoming what I did not have as a child. I didn't have quality health care. I didn't have mentorship. I didn't have mental health advocates. To be honest, I can't remember my mom or anyone else for that matter asking me what was going on in my body or my mind. Everyone was busy. My little sister and I were raised by a single mother. Aside from each other, we pretty much didn't have anything. Candles weren't lit for ambiance. Instead, they were lit because of non-payment of our light bill. Dishwashing liquid really was multi-purpose in our house. We used it for our baths, detergent for our laundry, and of course for our dishes. In the afternoons, our family expeditions were comprised of us taking a stroll behind the Sam's Club, just to dumpster dive for a little while. For partially frozen DiGiorno pizzas, not yet rotten fruit, and loaves of bread. I can remember climbing in that dumpster and looking back at my mother and grandmother, looking at their eyes and seeing the hope that we would find something. It's taken me nearly 18 years to find something worth diving for. The chance to treat mental and physical illness. The route to becoming a physician from dumpster diving has been quite tumultuous. I was certain I would become the Master Chief Petty Officer of the Navy after enlisting at 17 years old. After active duty, becoming a social worker made the most sense. So I headed over to Southern University. At another point, becoming a Howard Hughes Medical Institute investigator made sense, focusing on prostate cancer in minoritized populations. I've taken a step back and asked myself, what is it that I really want? What am I looking for? I realize I want nothing more than a return to my community as an asset. I made a promise to my mother that I would be a bold leader for change. 18 years removed from high school, I applied to residency. This time, with every intention to address physical and mental illness in children and their families. This journey is about them being seen and them being heard from every vantage point, the mind, the body, and the soul. Becoming a pediatrician, adult psychiatrist, and child and adolescent psychiatrist, it's about filling a void that I didn't have when I was a child. Residency is necessary for me to become that physical and mental health advocacy asset that the communities I came from truly need. I want the type of clinical training that teaches me to provide high-quality health care to many of the minoritized pediatric and adolescent populations from which I came, the kind of training steeped in cultural competence. I want patients to feel seen. I want the concerns to feel heard. I want the worries to be addressed. And I want them to feel like their existence in every form matters. Triple board residency is not about a title or a job. This is a calling. This is personal. The goal is to bring the children the health care my homies and I needed when we were growing up in Lake Charles, Louisiana. I dream of the day that my patients walk into the clinic and know the focus is singularly on them and what they need. Now, I'm witnessing what it's like to grow up, not having to rummage through the junk of poverty. My children, Malia and Melina, are growing up in a healthy and nurturing environment. They're not dumpster diving for their self-esteem, nor are they dumpster diving for their dinner. They're not fighting for their place in the world. They're living whole, positive, nurtured lives. This is what I want for my patients. I'll be honest, poverty truly did a number on me. I wrestle with the idea of worth. Not because I'm lacking or that I don't understand the mechanisms of protein modifications in oncogenic settings, but because the idea of worth for me is something that's opposite of my childhood. I want to provide what I needed during my origin. Someone concerned about what was going on in my mind and what was going on in my body. To do just that, I need the training to become what my beginnings so desperately needed: a physical and mental health advocate, and a bold leader for change.
Come on, man. I'm proud of you, black 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 man.
A few months ago, I began my residency. Not only am I the first black man to do a triple board residency at Indiana University, I was the only black man to match in the triple board residency in 2022. I'm breaking those exact same barriers my community told me I could. Not for clout, but for us. I'll soon be able to be that culturally competent physician I spoke about. I'm bringing this origin story, awareness, advocacy, culture, and dedication with me because that is what is needed to be a bold leader for change. The goal of this piece is to start a conversation around what the next generation of physicians need to come from, how vital our lived experience is to the work we will do as clinicians, and how much the leaders of medicine have to learn about what the next physician can and will look like. I'm proud of you, black man. I'm proud of you, black man. Appreciate you. Go to the next slide, cuz. It'll take y'all a while to kind of allow that to seep in. I see you. 5 minutes, I got it. But we at church. I lied. I ain't even gonna lie. I just kind of want to take y'all through a few more things and I'll answer whatever questions y'all got. This is the most prestigious pediatric professorship at University of Tennessee. That's me giving a talk. This is me doing a photo shoot for the 15 white coats. This is me, Dr. Okunrokwo, and Dr. Washington. We published a paper. Dr. Okunrokwo and I were in the ED in New Orleans, and a young black man, 21-year-old star football player, shot himself in his right chest and didn't want to talk to anyone about it until me and Dr. Okunrokwo walked in there, and he told us everything. He said, I would never do that again unless it was y'all. So that's the power. This is me at Genentech, and it's not about me being at Genentech. I want you to read what the shirt says. Now, for some context, Genentech got a whole lot of money, a hell of a whole lot of money. But let me tell you something. Money shouldn't dictate how you behave. Money ain't gonna do nothing but amplify who you already are. So you better do a deep dive within yourself. I guarantee you that. That's why I got on that stage crying. I said some crazy stuff to them people. And I had this sweater on, crying and everything. This is me on the cover of IU's magazine. IU ain't never did that before in their life. This is the George Floyd. This is I gathered pretty much most of New Orleans. Right after George Floyd died, and published a paper on the cover of Nature magazine called Bootless. That was Bootless 1. And it talked about the juxtaposition of a black man in academia and in the community at the exact same time, and how I balance the two. And most of the time I don't balance the two. I just be hood as hell in the academia. Yeah. hey, there's only one of me. My grandmother used to tell me, be yourself, because everybody else is taken. So, hey, this me recently giving a talk at that's that same prestigious talk. And this is me recently giving a talk at the Patachou Foundation. I go in the hospital like this every day. You know that. They know that. They know what time it is every time I pull up. And every time one of their white patients don't want me to take care of them, I'll be like, good. I'm happy. The legacy of distrust toward the medical community, specifically for black communities, is rooted in history. And I would even say herstory. Y'all heard these queens up here talking about earlier about birthing people, right? Listen, let me tell y'all something. They got some doctors ignoring them, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. That's why I be off in their head on a regular basis. Because they not listening. And black women ain't gonna lie to you when they come down to their body, bro. They ain't got time for that, dog. They done took time away from their kids, away from their job, all the stuff they got going on at home to come to see you, bro. They ain't got time to lie to you, bro. What's wrong with you? They just ain't got time for all that, bro. What's wrong with you? And it been transmitted through generations. Black folks talk amongst each other. We have conversations. I'm a griot, so I know. If you don't know what that is, that's your problem. But black folks talk to each other. We came from tribes. How you think we pass down information? I ain't giving you nothing that you can't just go Google. So don't worry, I ain't giving you the secrets. Hey. Last thing.
Hello, Russell, this is your mom. I'm very proud of you. And I know that you will do well in the presentation in New York City. May God always bless you and may you continue to be successful, you and your family. I know that you will do well and go ahead and represent New York City. I love you. Best wishes, Mom.
About to change the world. About to change the world.
I said, Mama, like, how you did that? How were you hopeful we were gonna find some food in the dumpster and also hopeful that I was gonna do my damn homework? She was like, I gotta be hopeful for the present and the future. That's all I got is hope. This thing I'm doing with the 15 white coats is a dream. I don't want no kids to go through the shit I went through to get here.
As I always say, we're gonna change the world. We're gonna change the world. I don't know how,
Maybe through a cartoon, maybe through a book, maybe through a movie, maybe through a movement. But no matter what, you can hear the Lord telling me to change the world.
The work that I've been able to do is a mixture of being lucky and being blessed. I want to leave y'all with this one thing. These kids are counting on us. We can't fuck this up. Like, we genuinely cannot afford to fuck this up. You know why? Because these kids can't fight for themselves. You know how I know? Last 10 weeks, I have spent every Saturday and every Sunday at the Franklin County Juvenile Intervention Center doing therapy with these kids. The majority of them in there for murder. And you know what all of them said? Why they ain't had nobody like you when I was out? You could caught me for all this happened. What you gonna do to make sure another kid don't happen? Yo, I'm gonna hold you accountable. You know why? Huh? Because my ancestors holding me accountable. How the hell you think I got here? You need to check it, man. Currently, we creating the history that they're gonna talk about in the history books 20 years from now. What you doing to make it better? And if you ain't really on your grind doing what you're supposed to be doing in whatever sector of health equity you're supposed to be in right now, bro, you wrong. You wrong. Take your job seriously. Be intense. Be intentional. Don't just clock in and clock out. Because this kind of work, you can't do that in, bro. People dying for real. Like, it's really happening. Like, people really dying. And maybe for some of y'all, these communities that y'all like, man, shit, I'm coming to this shit because my job made me come to this. Don't come to the next one, bro. Because some of us really about this. I'm willing to die behind this, dog. Thank y'all.
Wow. How was that, y'all? Anybody inspired? Anybody motivated? Okay, by show of hand, who's ready to show up? All right, that's what's up. That's what's up. All right. Now, let's move on to our keynote. Our second keynote. Really, our third keynote. I'm going to tell you, everybody that's been up here today has delivered a keynote, right? All right, let's keep it moving. Dr. Curissa Sutherland Smith, a dedicated mental health professional with a passion for addressing disparities, is here to talk about bridging the gap, addressing mental health disparities in the Black community from policy to practice, which promises to shed light on the critical issue of mental health stigma in the Black community. Dr. Sutherland Smith's academic credentials include a PhD in counseling education and supervision, a master's degree in clinical mental health and rehabilitation, and a bachelor's degree in psychology. I'm just gonna stop there. There's more, but I just gotta stop there. Vanessa, you bought the fire today, right? We should not be questioning anything we've heard today because these people are real well prepared and bringing it. So thank you. All right, where did I leave off? Her clinical experience working with patients living with HIV and AIDS has deepened her understanding of the unique challenges faced by marginalized community. Dr. Sutherland Smith's commitment to holistic well-being is evident in her approach to counseling. She believes in helping individuals nurture their minds, bodies, and spirits through spiritually integrated services. Her podcast, Simplified, Unlocking the You Within, reflects her dedication to empowering others on their journey towards mental health and wellness. As a licensed clinical professional counselor, a national certified counselor, a rehabilitation counselor, and a certified HIV tester, Dr. Sutherland Smith possesses a wide range of expertise and qualification. Yes, she does. Her dedication to her profession is further recognized by her receipt of the National Board Certified Counselors NBCC Fellowship. Based in Chicago, Illinois, Dr. Sutherland Smith provides clinical care to individuals on the west side of Chicago. Her commitment to serving her community and addressing mental health disparities is a testament to her dedication and to her profession. Welcome, Dr. Sutherland Smith.
Whew, all right. So we've heard from so many great speakers today. And one thing that I've seen is that it's time to bridge the gap. It's time to bridge the gap within our community, especially when it comes to health and mental health. And so that's what I'm going to be talking about today. How can we bridge the gap? How can you bridge the gap? Right? Because it's not just about these speakers that are doing this amazing work, but what are the work that you're doing? That's what we want to talk about. And so I'm not even going to really do my slides too much, but you can look at them as a reference. But I just want to talk. I just want to talk about the importance of mental health. I just want to talk about the disparities that we've been hearing about all day today. Now, one of the key things is that we have to realize is that disparities that we've been talking about all day today, they're not accidental. They are a result of enduring injustices that demand our action. They just didn't happen. This was set up for Black and Brown communities to experience these disparities today. That means we have to take action. So just a little bit about my own mental health story. I grew up on the west side of Chicago, Austin neighborhood. Thank you. Yes, west side, best side. Okay. And as many of you may know, Chicago is one of the most segregated cities there is. Now, in my household, my parents, they valued education wholeheartedly. And so unfortunately, in order to experience a good education, that meant I had to leave my neighborhood. That meant I had to take 2 buses and walk so I could go to school in the suburbs. That also meant we were without some things sometimes. We didn't have a car. Sometimes the lights were out, because we're paying for a high education. But also with that good education I received, it came with early experiences of racism that impacted my self-esteem and it impacted my mental wellness. And unfortunately, at a young age, I learned to expect this mistreatment in certain spaces. I thought this is just how it is. So I learned to cope with it. But unfortunately, my coping skills were unhealthy. I coped with the mistreatment by silencing myself. I didn't want my voice to be used against me. So I didn't stand up when I was being hurt. I didn't stand up when students were talking about me, when they said that I was not smart enough. I didn't say anything. And so I began to see just how much the community, how much we're impacted by the disparities. Each day, taking 2 buses and walking to get to my school, I saw the differences in the neighborhoods. I go from my neighborhood that has corner stores everywhere, liquor stores everywhere, into a neighborhood that has countless resources, into community centers and big, beautiful libraries that you can go into. And I said, wow, why can't this be in my neighborhood? Why does each day I have to leave where I live in order to experience something better? Why? And so this silence that I experienced in order to cope with mistreatment, that's the same silence that's killing our young people today. Because they don't know how to speak up. They don't know what to say or who to say it to.
And are we listening when they do speak? Are we hearing their words? Are we hearing their heart? Or are we too focused on ourselves? Too focused on what we're going through? That we don't take the time to understand their lived experiences. So, as soon as I could, I did leave Chicago. But, and I don't know how this happened, you guys. How did I end up in Holland, Michigan at Hope College? Now that was a culture shock. Exactly. Oh my goodness. I didn't know what to do. Because it's one thing to be able to go home and feel safe at the end of the day in high school, but it's another thing to learn and to live in a completely new environment, something that isn't talked about when you go away to school. Because a lot of family members hadn't gone away to school. So they didn't have anything to tell me, to prepare me for that culture shock of what it would be like. And so that's something that we also need to talk about. And I noticed that even here in Michigan, those same disparities that I saw in my own neighborhood were also here. I saw that based on your zip code, I could tell your health outcome. I can most likely tell your education level. I can most likely tell how healthy you are mentally, financially, socially, just based on your zip code. That alone. And that's a disgrace. That's a disgrace. So what are we doing here today, you guys? What are we doing? Once again, I was placed in college in an environment where I felt left out and alone. And maybe you've been there, or maybe your patients have been there, where they're now in an environment that they don't feel heard or seen. So I wonder, when you go to your organizations, what type of environment do you have? What type of environment do you have where people can come and share what they're going through? That's just something to think about. The one thing I am grateful for at Hope College is that it caused me to stretch beyond myself. It caused me to fight because I could no longer be silent. There was no way I was going to survive 4 years in Holland unless I used my voice. I also remember that during my time at Hope, I lost both my grandmothers. And this hit me hard because I was going to be the first grandchild to graduate college. And they were going to see this. They were going to see this moment. And so I sunk into a deep depression. And I remembered that I needed help, but I was too afraid to ask. I remember that I was hesitant about going to the counseling center because there was no one that looked like me there. I remember thinking to myself in my dorm room, why should I go to a health professional who doesn't understand what it is like to be a young, Black, Pentecostal young lady from the west side of Chicago? Why would I go to you if they can't relate to any of my core identities? What difference would it make? These are some of the questions that young people are asking at these colleges, at these universities. They're questioning, why should they go to you? Why should they see you? That's something you need to think about. So again, instead of hiding, I learned that it's time to come out. It's time to come out. It's time to use my voice. And it's time to hear what I have to say. And this became clear during my last week at Hope College. The week of my graduation, we had senior presentations. And these are presentations that you give in front of your entire class and as well as the community of Holland. I remember being so excited because I like speaking and had my head held high and I was ready. I was ready to give my presentation. I'd done the research. And by the end of my presentation, when we had the Q&A, I remember this older white gentleman stood up and said that it didn't matter how much research I had done. It didn't matter what I said, because Black people in America were bred to be dumb and unintelligent. This is a week before I graduate, a week before I get my degree. I looked around that room. I looked at my classmates who just looked at me with blank faces, didn't know what to say, me being the only Black person in this class. I looked at my professor who had no words. I looked and I saw no one coming to my defense. This is the experience that some of our young Black people are going through. No one is coming to the defense. And so, I didn't yell. I didn't flip over some tables like Jesus did. I wanted to, but I didn't do it. Instead, I grabbed my belongings, I held my head high, and I walked out. Because I'm not about to fight ignorance. I walked out of that room and I walked into a PhD program. So these are the things that we have to do. We have to fill in the gaps. You actually stole something I had in my little presentation, okay? Because I was going to say you have to become the thing that you needed when you were a kid. When you were a child, that thing that you're holding on to, that you're mad about, that you didn't receive as a child, that's what you need to become. What was it that you were missing? What did you wish you had? Who do you wish you had? Well, why don't you become that very thing? Why don't you become that for somebody else? Why is it generation after generation still suffering, still feeling like they don't have things? You are that person. You are called. Don't wait for somebody to tell you you're called. You're called. So go and answer the call. Go and answer the call. So think about that. When you go back to your community, see what's missing and see what you can do about it. What can you do about it? So what's mental health? I feel like you guys know this, okay? That's our emotional, psychological, our social well-being. It's how we think, act, and feel, right? It also determines how we deal with stress, how we relate to others, and the healthy choices we make. I'm not gonna go into too many statistics because we've heard a lot of numbers today, which is good. And numbers shouldn't be ignored. But I do wanna jump to the Black health statistics. Okay? Because we see that suicide rates have increased 58% from 2011 to 2021. That's significant. This is a number that cannot be ignored. It's also the third leading cause of death in ages 15 to 24. That's significant. So why are the numbers increasing? Look at this graph. That bottom line, that orange, it's steady on the incline up. That's African Americans. The top line is for white adolescents. Their numbers are declining. So the question I have is, why are our numbers steady increasing? With all this advancement we have in healthcare, with all the new technologies and all the new things coming out, new books and such, why are our numbers increasing? And why does it seem like nothing is working? We come to these conferences, we network, we meet people, but are we taking action? What do you do when you leave this room? We're not up here to make you feel good. We're up here to make sure you take action. That's your responsibility. Do you realize that? That is your responsibility. These are just some suicide rates as well as opioid deaths in African Americans in Michigan. The numbers are staggering. Just look at it. Look at the increase. We've heard today, we know the contributing factors. We know about poverty, underemployment, unemployment, intermittent employment that tends to be faced within Black communities. We've seen the data. Now it's time to do something about the data, because there also is a racial wealth gap. For every $100 in a white household, a Black household has $15. 100 to 15. How are we supposed to care for the children and families? How are we supposed to provide? How are we supposed to have healthy foods? How? This is something really quickly I'm not going to read everything on this slide, but this is from the U.S. Department of Education. This is the civil rights data collected from 2020 to 2021. In this data, it says that 43% of Black students in America are receiving their education from the confines of a justice facility. That's almost 50%. 43% of Black students are receiving their education from a justice facility. Did you also know, and this again from the U.S. Department of Education, they reported that schools, public schools that have a higher enrollment of Black students are more likely to have a security guard, but not have a school nurse, a school counselor, a social worker, or a psychologist. Security guard, yes, but mental health, no. Interesting. They're also reporting an overrepresentation of harassment and bullying based on race for our Black students. And the last point I want to read really broke my heart, and I couldn't understand how Black students in pre-K were 3 times more likely to be suspended. I said, pre-K? What's going on that the babies are getting suspended? What's happening? So we have to do more. We have to do more as healthcare providers and advocates. We have to do more to understand the health of our Black patients, of the Black community. We have to be better. With that is also understanding your own health. There are too many healthcare professionals, some of you in this room, that are not taking care of your own health. And how dare you? How dare you care for other people and you haven't taken the time to care for your own mind, body, and soul? What kind of care are you giving out when you aren't even taking care of yourself? So I want you to do a check-in with you. Do a check-in with you. How can you better take care of yourself so you can better take care of these communities and these people that need you? Stop pouring out of an empty cup. It's also time to break the stigma. There are stigmas that are both inside and outside the Black community. There's stigma about our mental health, with some healthcare providers believing that Black people can tolerate higher levels of pain or that they don't experience depression or anxiety. Those are misconceptions that need to be dismissed. And then for those that are within the Black community, we also need to dismiss the stigma that, oh, I'm just tired. I'm just stressed out. No, there's something going on with you because you've been dealing with this for months on end. And coping with smoking and drinking, that's not gonna do it. So we need to address the root of the problem. We have to begin to talk about it because too many young Black people, as well as our elders, are suffering, and they're suffering in silence. So it's time for us to rise up and meet the challenge. There's been historical mistreatment within the mental health field. As much as I love the mental health field, and I do, there also has a history of mental health mistreatment. And so I have to talk about that. Because there's been some well-known psychologists that have come about, well-known people that we entitle the father of psychology, people that we give so much honor to, that have done some real mistreatment to the Black community. And so it's important that we begin to address these things. On the screen, you can see a number of things, a number of diagnoses that were given. It was a disorder to be Black at one point, right? That was a disorder. It was also a disorder if you ran away from slavery. Something had to be mentally wrong with you to run away. That's what they said. That's what they said. Yeah. And then we have flawed statistics. Sometimes we don't talk about that. The flawed statistics. You have the US Census saying that Black people in the North, free Black people, had higher rates of mental illness, that freedom actually made them crazy. That's what they said. Freedom made you crazy. And so we have to keep you under control in a submissive state. That is what the mental health field said. We have research articles talking about how unkept and unwell the Black mind is. That is what we're dealing with here. We're dealing with the overdiagnosis of schizophrenia in Black men. Right? We're also dealing with Black children being diagnosed with defiance disorder, while their white counterparts with the same or similar symptoms are being diagnosed with ADHD. Now, which one of these gets the more resources? Which one of these disorders is frowned upon? The defiant. That's what we're dealing with. These systems that we're working in, they were not designed for the Black community or Black people. So what does that mean? That means we have to do things differently. We have to look at things through a different light. These systems were not created with us in mind. And so we have to dismantle some things. We have to unlearn some things that were taught in schools, that maybe your parents told you. You have to unlearn some things in order to realize the truth of what's happening. The truth about what's happening in the Black community. I know we've talked about this a little bit, but I have to talk about Black youth. I have to. Because the Black youth are in trouble. They're in trouble. During COVID, you see numbers of Black children losing their caregivers at a higher rates than others. We already know about the suicide rates, right? But then there's also the vicarious trauma of George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, that they're experiencing. Black youth today are experiencing things that for some of us have never experienced because of social media and just the way the society plays out. I didn't have like social media growing up. I didn't have all the different apps that they have where they're experiencing trauma. They're looking at trauma. Not only are they doing that, but they're seeing it face to face. Could you imagine both? You're dealing with face to face trauma and racism, and then you go online and you hear and see the same thing. That's why many of our children are isolating themselves. They don't want to be seen. They stay in their room, doors closed, in the dark. And so we have to reach out. We also have to dismantle the narrative that we talk about Black children as defiant, rather than struggling emotionally. We have to talk about this. And how can we help Black children recover? Seriously, how can you help Black children recover when we barely acknowledge them? That's your assignment. Don't minimize, don't silence, don't ignore them. Hear them and see them. Sorry, I'm just gonna slip through, guys, because we got so much I want to say. Because this is a multifaceted problem, it's gonna take a multifaceted solution, right? Right. That means we gotta build relationships. It's not enough to know and read books. Those are great. Talks are great. Go to the community. Be present. They should know your face and name. You cannot say that you want to help Black and brown people if you are not a part of the community. Reach out. Do you know who the local leaders are in that neighborhood? Have you been to the Black church? Do you know who they go to primarily for their mental health? Because mental health is not new. The Black community has been resilient, but we've done things a little differently. But do you understand that? Do you know the history behind the Black church and how it's not just about faith, but that it was the cornerstone of where we received education, healthcare, childcare, food pantries, all of these things? Why aren't the healthcare companies, why aren't our community organizations partnered with them? Bridging the gap. It's time for you to reach out. We need awareness, we need education, we need training. That's what we've got to do. This slide is really important because what can we do is three things. We got to change the way we think professionally. A lot of our mental health practices or healthcare practices in general come from a very Eurocentric perspective. Do you know Afrocentric perspectives when it comes to healthcare? Are you aware? Also, understanding research practices. We need to change them. Change the way we practice. Change the way we do research. The Black community, at first, we were abused by research. And now we're completely ignored by research. What's going on? We need to rethink how we do research, how we interact with patients, and change the dynamic. This is the bottom line. The change starts with us. There should be nothing about us without us. Did you hear me? Thank you, sister. Yes, yes. Yes, yes. Nothing about us without us. That means for the Black people in this room, should nothing be going on in your community organizations and your neighborhoods without you. You should have a voice in the room. You should have a seat at the table. Nothing should be going on about you without you. To my white brothers and sisters in the room, you also are a part of this change. You have say-so. Who have you invited to the table? Who are you listening to? Because don't just be at the table with just y'all. You need to educate yourself. You need to have others in your corner. There should be nothing dealing with policies and practices about Black and brown people if there are no Black and brown people present. That is the key. The change starts with us, everyone in this room. Nothing about us without us. Thank you. I don't know what's going on, y'all. Thank you.
Be ye ever ready? Do we have any questions for our keynote? All right, yes. We lost our mic, but we're going to do just like at church. Stand up and speak loud. Say it with your chest.
Through our employers. So what suggestions do you have for professionals in terms of decolonizing some of our own? You're providing and billing for it even with thousands of care, and sometimes we can franchise the people that we're trying to serve. So how can we as professionals, even if we share identity, that doesn't always mean that we're practicing in ways that are inclusive.
Yeah. That's good. So I would say you need to get connected with other healthcare professionals of color, because there's power in understanding when you're connected. You cannot do this work alone. You make decisions alone, you may diagnose alone. You can't do this stuff alone. You have to be connected. There is power in connectivity and in community. Other people at this conference, these are the people you should be connected with, that you should talk to, get advice from. Just because you have a degree or you have a license doesn't mean you know everything. So you need to be continue to learn, do research, and stay connected. Continue attending things like this. And yes, it's not gonna happen overnight in our fields. There are a lot of, again, it wasn't built for us, right? So there are a lot of things that we learn in school that we practice, and we understand this doesn't work for my patients. I understand that with CBT, there's things, this don't really work. There's some aspects that do, but not the complete thing, because it doesn't take into account social economics, it doesn't take into account community, it doesn't take into account what's going on in their neighborhood. And even with treatment planning, there's some things we learn, tell them to go for walks. Well, if there's no safe place to walk in their neighborhood, what are they supposed to do when it comes to their health? What do we do then, right? And so it's also about taking some of the things we learn and then modifying it in a way that's going to benefit the community. Like I said, I love CBT, but I know that the totality of it I can't use. It's not going to work for my Black patients. It's not going to work. So I have to change that and make it into my own. And that's something you have the power to do. And don't be afraid to do that. Why are you sticking to the book? Do what is working for your patients and then create a new book based off what you just did. That's what we have to do. Make the changes, but then also let other people know the changes you're making so that we don't have to keep everybody, you got to make something new, they got to make something new. No, make it, pass it on. Make it, write the book, plan the conference, let people know, do the training. How many of us are actually training the next clinicians? The next people that are coming up? You need to be present. You need to be present. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to our wonderful keynote speaker, Dr. Sutherland. And thank you. All right, we are great. We're turning it over to, we have our two board. Oh, did I miss one? I am so sorry. One more question in the back.
And convince the common folk through misspeak and manipulation that things are for their benefit. And because we're all black, they think that they are working for their best interest, where they don't understand that behind the scenes, they are selling them short. Right? And so in that type of space, and it's been going on since I was a child. Yeah. Okay? In that type of space, how do you suggest you navigate with the circumstances of the person working against you, looks like you, but does not think and function like you, and they forgot everything. The lady that the doctor said, her mom, in my opinion, her parents sent her to that school, so she never lose sight of who she really was. Regardless of her degree. And that's how I feel. No matter how articulate I am, no matter how smart, whatever somebody may think I am, I'm a young black child that went to Temple, Dickinson, Burton, I will never, ever, ever, ever sell my community short, whether they like it or not. And unfortunately, our own community will get mad at you for trying to protect them. What do you suggest as a countermeasure to that type of environment?
That's good. That's good. Yeah. That's multi-layered right there. Okay. Yeah. 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 That's multi-layered. Yes. Yes. Right?
Phone a friend, I don't know.
Well, for one thing, yes, there are going to be people of our color that are not going to agree or have our backs or have the community's backs. Sometimes there's nothing you can do about those people. Number one, in this work, everybody's not going to agree with you. They're not going to like you. They are not going to support you. If you're here for the support, you're here for the likes and the claps and the yays, then you need to leave. There are going to be people that disagree with you wholeheartedly. That doesn't mean you stop doing the work. That doesn't mean you stop using your voice and you stop serving. The other thing is, have you tried to meet them where they're at? Now, I know that's a difficult thing to do, but have you sat down and heard where they're coming from? Because a lot of times, the people that disagree with me, they're coming from a place of pain. They don't know how to help, so they avoid or they give up. They're hopeless. So there's a root cause of why they're disagreeing with you. There's something deeper there beneath the surface. So you have to consider, are you willing to take the time to meet them where they're at and really understand where they're coming from so you can help them get to the level they need to be? Now, that is a difficult thing. Everybody not called to meet people where they're at, because that takes patience, it takes grace, and it takes understanding, right? To not get angry when someone disagrees with you, to not get frustrated at some people's ignorance. So that would be my key thing, is that we're not doing this for the likes. People gonna disagree, that's fine. I don't care when people disagree with me. It happens all the time. You just, let it roll off your back like duck water, and you keep on going. And then, go ahead. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm.
That might have to be it.
Mm. I got you. I hear you now. That's a yeah. I think we're gonna have to have a conference on that one.
That might be a whole new topic.
I think so.
We'll talk about that.
That's a lot to unpack right there. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't know the
Dr.
whole
Lowry.
I'm gonna rein you in. Thank you, Doc.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no. So what? We're having a conversation over here with a couple of board members. I think we have an opportunity for a follow-up.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say to brother back here, the unfortunate piece of that is, and it's gonna be a very simplistic answer, that's the reality of life.
Yes.
We're not gonna change for us. Well, not just for us. There are a lot of people that, we're talking about us today, but that's human nature. You're gonna get some folks that gonna forget where they come from and pretend that they're something different. Yeah, that is the brainwash. But again, there's so many different conversations where we can go today, but we're not gonna go there today because we on a schedule.
Yep.
We're on a schedule. But what I will tell you is this: these are the conversations that we need to continue to have. And Vanessa is going to make sure we have them. And then there are other folks in this room that can also, through either Corwell or some of the other groups in here, we can start these conversations too. This is not all on Graahi. And I think these are conversations we need to have and we will have. Let me just say one more thing. Where did she go? She ran? I'll try to get you all stay, but no, thank you for that. And we appreciate you. Again, appreciate you, Vanessa. We're going to turn it over here so you guys can take us to the next step. But we will have that conversation, brother. It's one that we have to have, and thank you for bringing it up.
Good afternoon. I'm so happy to be up here. Dr. Lord was like, do I need to introduce you? No. We'll introduce ourselves. Hi. Good afternoon. So first off, before we do anything, I'm going to tell you who I am, but I've got to get my selfie with all these beautiful people. Hi, I'm Dr. Darla Bishop, and I am the co-chair of the Graahi board, joined here with Mr. Paul Doyle, founding co-chair of the Graahi board. So let me get my selfie. So everybody smile, wave, do whatever you want. And then we'll be back on schedule because I see Dr. Lower with her sign. All right, 3, 2, 1. Wait, I got to make it wider. Oh, yes. Oh, that is excellent. All right, get in there. Woo. Okay, I dropped my wand, so we have to just do it that way. So thank you so very much for all of you who came and who spent the day with us. I know that it is no small feat to step away from work, family, duties in the community. And so thank you for being here. And if you had a coworker or a colleague who had to step away, make sure you ask them how they enjoyed the part of the day they were able to participate in and tell them a little bit about what they missed. So as you've heard today from our fantastic, really overqualified speakers, right? These are some educated folks who really know, because not only have they studied the books, they have so much of the lived experience that the people who need us most in those spaces, we can relate. And so, there are so many things that are reflected on today, but something that Kristian Grant said earlier today said, look, policy takes time, right? If in Graahi, one of our main core mission statements is that we are going to eradicate health disparities. And if we're doing that through policy, it takes time. It could take 1, 2, 5, 10 years, but we have to start today. We have to start today so that that motion, that momentum is moving. And so you know what we're here to do, right? You're probably, yeah, we're here to ask you for money. So pull out your phone, pull out your checkbook if you have cash. On your table, there is an envelope. But there's also this super cool thing because it's 2024. On the back of your program, there is a QR code where you can make a donation to Graahi. And the donations go directly to not only things like this, but the day in work out of the work of the Graahi team that you've gotten to have a small sliver of sample of today. The other piece I want you to know is that while we love one-time donations, they really help us. You know what is also really great to a nonprofit organization? Repeatable, predictable donations. And so if you were thinking about giving $100, go ahead and break that down to $10 and do it monthly for us. If you were thinking about giving $250, break that down to $20 and do it monthly. Because what that allows Vanessa and her team to do is say, okay, over the next year, not only do we have this great grant money coming in because we are working to get grant money, we are working for corporate partnerships, we are working for sponsors, but if we have some money that came directly from the community, that gives us a little bit of flexibility in doing something this way or that way because it's not tied to a specific grantor. So I'm going to pass it to Paul because I went off script. He's probably upset with me.
Never. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, just thank you for all of you for coming today and working through the session. As Dr. Bishop said, there was a lot of heavy, intense truth spoken today. So I just want to extend that from the board and from the staff. I want to just give a shout out to the Graahi staff and team. You guys knocked it out of the park today. Just unbelievable. You know, with that, I think you did the ask really well. I'll even take it one more step in which take an extra envelope home with you and give it to someone and have a conversation with them about what you experienced here today. And if they want to have more insight, they can go to the website and go to your company, go to your upline, your senior leadership, however that may be, whoever is in charge of community engagement or philanthropy or giving. Because we're talking about a game-changing moment here. And I love what was said. And we say, we are making the history that will be in the history books 20 years from now, right? And so, and I just will add, why not us? Why not now? For us to step up and do what we need to do, because, hey, we don't need to look at anybody but ourselves. The man in the mirror, little Michael Jackson, okay? That's where we're at. So thank you very much. And with that, let's bring up the person that makes this really work. Our CEO, Vanessa Green.
I just want to thank you guys again. Thank you to our co-chairs. And Paul was one of the founding members of Graahi as well, and founding board member. And for someone to serve on your board for over 20 years, you know that's deep commitment. So can we give it up for Paul? And then Darla came along and she wanted to give this poor man a helping hand here. So she decided to be his co-chair. And he's like, yeah, praise the Lord, hallelujah. But it's been a long day, a wonderful day. And I know you guys are ready to go home and kind of decompress a little bit and then process everything that you took in today. And I'm sure you noticed that the slate of experts were all African-American leaders. And this was so important because when I'm looking for a health equity conference, rarely do I see Black folks on the agenda. And basically what that does to everyone is they think that the talent is not there among African Americans. And so what we have witnessed today, we witnessed the same thing last year. And this is not just the select few or the talented 10. This represents the African Americans at large. But what happens is when we're denied and we're excluded, then other folks are also excluded from the opportunities to learn from us. So I want to give it up for the expert speakers today. I know that you guys all gave a lot from them. Thank you again to Carlos and to Missy for facilitating and for just everybody who played a role in this conference. And again, also to our sponsors. And so we know that this is just the beginning. We have really heard a lot of great things. We've been inspired and now the work begins. So we will be in touch. We will keep things going and we'll be counting on you to do the same. So thank you very much.